Thank you very much. Welcome to the City Council meeting of the City of San Juan Bautista, Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 at 5 o'clock. It is actually 5:04. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Councilmember Friels, will you start us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Please stay tuned. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda, Councilmember Frios,
Here.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, and Mayor Jordan.
Here. Okay, we are going to adjourn to closed session on 3 items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Orozco versus the City of San Juan Bautista et al., conference with legal counsel, pending litigation, Dawson et al. Versus the City of San Juan Bautista, and anticipated litigation. Do we have any public comment before we go to closed session?
Nobody in chambers and no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will see you all on or about 6 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome all to the regular City Council meeting of the City of San Juan Bautista, Tuesday, November 18th, 2025 at 6:04. City Attorney, will you please take us out of closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council and public. The City Council met in closed session on the 3 items under Section 2 of the agenda. 2A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Orozco versus City of San Juan Bautista, California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. The City Council heard from the City Attorney, who updated the council on the status of the matter, and there's nothing to report out. Item 2B, conference with legal counsel, pending litigation, Dawson versus City of San Juan Bautista, California Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. The City Council heard from the City Attorney on that matter. The City of San Juan Bautista has been dismissed from that case. Item 2C, anticipated litigation, California Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, conference with legal counsel regarding significant exposure to litigation. 1 case. The City Council also heard from the City Attorney and City Manager on the anticipated litigation, and there is nothing to report out on that matter.
Thank you for that. Item 3, introductions. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Thank you for being here tonight. I just wanted to take an opportunity to give our new staff an opportunity to be introduced to the council and the public. And so I'm going to call them up kind of one at a time. You could just come up, introduce yourself, and tell the council a little bit about yourselves. That'd be awesome. So first we have Miss Ariel Goodspeed, who is our newly hired planning manager.
Hi,
Hi.
Ariel Goodspeed. I am now the planning manager here for the city of San Juan and super thrilled to be here. I did come from the county. Don't hold it against me. Hopefully you'll see that as maybe a benefit. I served there for over 6 years. I worked on pretty much everything, land use and community development. Ours was planning and building code enforcement. And so, but I'm really excited for the opportunity, all the people that have gone to me, the business owners, members of the public. It was a really great first week being here, working on the Dia de los Muertos and just getting a feel of what makes San Juan so special. And so I hope to serve you well. So thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome.
That was awesome. I was going to ask the council if they had any questions for you, Ariel. You just ran away.
That's a big no, I guess. Does anybody have any questions of our new city planner? Nope. Thank you very much.
Making it easy on my first day. I like this.
Thrilled to have you. So sad for the county.
And next we have Mr. Victor Tafoya. He is our newly hired associate planner. Come on up, Victor.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Jordan Adams, and members of the public. I'm Victor Tafoya. I'm honored to be part of this community, and I appreciate the warm welcome that I've received from everybody, from staff to community members, and I'm excited about the work that's going on here and to be able to contribute to this amazing community, this historical community, and so happy to be on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
And now we have Manuel Vidal. He's our newly hired permit technician. Come on up and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Manuel Vidal, and it's nice to meet all of you. And it's been a real pleasure working for the city. I would like to start off by saying that the welcome that I received, I am very thankful for it. I feel very supported. I came aboard semi-nervous and semi-confident, but I really feel the support from all the council members that I have met, from everybody that I work with on a daily basis, and I am very thankful for this opportunity. And oops, got my pen. And it's a pleasure working for you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then we'll have Jasmine Parker come up. She's our interim recreation assistant.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name's Jasmine. I'm really excited to work with the community in San Juan Bautista. I come with a 15-year background in recreation with the city of Seaside, doing special events, working with senior programming, teen and youth programming. So I'm really excited to collaborate and further those connections here in San Juan Bautista. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We on behalf of the council, we are all honored and thrilled that we have this amazing staff. Thank you all very much. Proclamations. The first one is for El Teatro Campesino for its 60th anniversary. Do we have somebody from the Teatro here? Why, yes, we do. Thank you very much. Hi, how are you?
Doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Councilmember Aranda.
All right. So for El Teatro Campesino 60th anniversary. Whereas El Teatro Campesino was founded in 1965 by visionary playwright and director Luis Valdez during the historic grape strike of the United Farm Workers in Delano, California. Using theater as a powerful tool for social justice, cultural expression, and community empowerment. And whereas over the past 6 decades, El Teatro Campesino has grown from humble flatbed truck actos staged for striking farm workers into one of the longest running Chicano theater companies in the United States. Headquartered in San Juan Bautista, and whereas El Teatro Campesino has merged cultural traditions, including Mexican folk comedy, indigenous myth, comedia del arte, and agit prop theater with the lived experiences of farm workers, migrants, and Chicano communities, crafting work both deeply rooted in local struggle and resonate nationwide. And whereas though its professional productions, community arts program, and arts education initiatives, El Teatro Campesino has provided platforms for voices historically marginalized, nurtured a new generation of artists and leaders, and advanced the cause of equity, cultural identity, and creative possibility. And whereas the spirit of activism and cultural affirmation manifested by El Teatro Campesino continues to enrich the cultural life of our region and state, inspiring broader recognition of the importance of the arts in reflecting community, history, and aspiration. And whereas 2025 marks the 60th year of El Teatro Campesino's dynamic contribution to theater, social change, and the arts in California and beyond, a milestone worthy of recognition and celebration. Now, therefore, I'm Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the San Juan Bautista City Council, do hereby congratulate El Teatro Campesino Day on their 60th anniversary and encourage all residents to join and acknowledge this remarkable institution's legacy, to support its ongoing mission, and to celebrate the enduring power of theater to transform communities. Thank you.
You're absolutely welcome to say anything.
How do you follow up after Jose? No, on behalf of El Teatro Campesino, the Board of Directors, Luis Valdez and Christy Sandoval, our Chief Executive Officer, we thank you for this recognition. And, we look forward to putting more of that into our community, pouring that love and that awareness into our community and our model of believing and creating. And to 60 years more in San Juan.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Women's Empowerment Summit. Patricia Baines, Mrs. B. Whereas oh, good golly. I'm going to start this with new lips. Patricia Baines, Mrs. B, has been a proud resident and business owner in the city of San Juan Bautista for more than 2 decades, enriching the city's historic downtown through her entrepreneurial vision, cultural leadership, and unwavering community spirit. And whereas Mrs. B opened Mrs. B's Z Place in 1998 and later expanded her enterprise to create Mrs. B's Z Place Annex, 2 beloved destinations that create art, fashion, and history while embodying the warmth and character of San Juan Bautista. And whereas her boutiques offer an eclectic mix of vintage-inspired fashion, collectibles, and fine gifts, each chosen with a keen eye for craftsmanship and cultural storytelling, attracting visitors from near and far who seek something unique and meaningful. And whereas Mrs. B uses her shops to highlight Black artists and Black history, curating works such as those by Thomas Blackshear and other African American creatives, along with literature and memorabilia that honor heritage, resilience, and the shared history of all people. And whereas a woman of African American and Native American descent, Mrs. B draws upon her rich heritage to educate and inspire others, reminding us that Black history is not only her story, but an integral part of our collective story. And whereas affectionately known for her joyful energy and signature attitude, Mrs. B embodies confidence and positivity, encouraging others, especially women, to celebrate individuality, self-expression, and strength. And whereas Mrs. B has also given back through community fellowship and mentoring youth, including outreach to at-risk youth and local service organizations, reflecting her deep belief that community thrives when every generation is uplifted. And whereas through her leadership and partnership with local organizations, including the San Juan Bautista Business Association and Discover San Juan Bautista, Patricia Baines has supported and helped sponsor numerous community events that strengthen the city's social and economic vitality. And now therefore, I, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the City of San Juan Bautista City Council, do hereby honor Patricia Baines for her extraordinary service, cultural leadership, and entrepreneurial contributions to the City of San Juan Bautista. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan and City Council. On behalf of the San Juan Bautista Business Association and Discover San Juan Bautista, I accept this proclamation. Our board members who are present, we have Kalina Walton, our president, Christina Hastings, our executive secretary. We have Graciela Nutter, our executive director. And we are a team that works together to better our community. We would like to thank all of the sponsors and volunteers that have helped us with our projects. We thank the community for supporting us every Sunday with the farmers market. We thank those of you that have come out to seniors game night, which will be restarting the third Friday in January. It's been a job. It's been a pleasure. It's been an amazing experience. Our last event for 2025 is our Tree for Thee. And that's our Christmas tree giveaway to families that are not able to afford to do that themselves. So if anyone would like to sponsor or donate to this event, we will welcome you. Just reach out to Graciela for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that's me. I'm up. Proclamation, Michael Ponce, 2025 Philanthropist of the Year for the City of San Juan Bautista. Councilmember Friels. Sorry, Scott.
Thank you. No worries. I'm really honored to read this because Mike, I just realized that you and I have known each other for half a century and we become really good friends. Michael Ponce, 2025. I'm going to try to do this. Philanthropist of the Year. It's a tough one. Whereas Michael Ponce embodies the true meaning of community service and generosity throughout his unwavering dedication to the people of San Juan Bautista. And whereas for more than 8 years, Michael has coached and mentored local youth through the Junior Giants program, instilling in them the values of teamwork, discipline, and sportsmanship. And whereas Michael has further demonstrated his commitment to youth and leadership by serving as Assistant Scoutmaster and Charter Representative for Scouts Troop 2428/428 and PAC 428, inspiring the next generations through service and example. And whereas as Vice Chair of the San Juan Bautista Service Club, Michael has organized monthly downtown cleanup days, led the rebuilding of the Abbey Park flagpole, and volunteered for the community projects, including creation of an ash filtration buckets for families affected by the Malibu fires. And whereas a lifelong member and lector at the Mission San Juan Bautista for more than 20 years, Michael's faith and quiet leadership have made him a trusted and compassionate presence within the community. And I'm going to add another whereas. Whereas Michael was a proud member of the San Juan Bautista Volunteer Fire Department for how many years? 10, 15? Well, let's say 10. To where he actually rose to the rank of the assistant fire chief. Whereas through his steadfast service, leadership, and compassion, Michael Ponce continually strengthens and uplifts the San Juan Bautista community, setting a shining example of what it's meant to give back. Now, therefore, Mayor Jordan, on behalf of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, does hereby recognize and honor Michael Ponce as Philanthropist of the Year and extends its deepest gratitude for his outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to our community.
Thank you to our sixth council member.
So I just realized right now when Scott was reading this, I'm not on a timer. It's probably the first time I'm not on a timer. So I might be here a while. No, just joking. No, I thank you. I really appreciate it. Very humbling. I know that there's probably more people deserving of this award. To them, I thank them for my opportunity to accept this award. And then I just hope that I can be an inspiration to others to get involved, because we could sure use your time, your energy, your talent, and your expertise here in San Juan. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Public comment. Oi. Please fill out a card. They're in the back. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda and are under the city's subject matter jurisdiction. Do we have any public comment on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor, but we do have 2 speaker cards.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Adams, followed by Dante Baines.
Mr. Adams, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, council members, members of staff, Mayor Jordan. My name's Bill Adams. My wife and I live at 705 2nd Street. And I'd like to speak to you this evening about our resolution and how things are looking from our side of things. I have also been approached when I'm out in public. It seems that more and more people have come up to me and are interested in this case. And not that they have exactly the same situation, but they are genuinely interested in learning more about the outcome, and they had many questions for me. So they're listening and watching this evening too, and I'm also addressing them. The current condition at the site is the 6-foot hedge. Let me back up. We're restricted by a line of sight triangle that is 15 feet by 15 feet. The 15-foot section of hedge was lowered to 3 feet. And since it was, so much time has gone by. This whole process has been coming up on 2 years now. And the hedge has been allowed to grow back. Portions of it are 6 feet high again. The corner post that should have been lowered has not been lowered. And only half of the fence has been removed that's adjacent to our driveway at 705. We were given a 15-foot line of sight triangle by the city engineer, Doug Pike. And he made it clear that that was the absolute minimum that would be allowed. And for the past 2 years, we've been getting out of our vehicles each day that we try and leave the driveway, looking down the sidewalk to try and see any bicycles, people jogging, children walking, whatever's in the sidewalk. But recently, now we're having to deal with e-bikes and e-scooters. Now, I know everybody that I mentioned this to says, well, you don't have anything to worry about. Those are all illegal. They don't belong on the sidewalk. And that may be true, I don't know. But the fact is, they are there. There's no enforcement otherwise. So I think what parents say is, well, we don't want you riding in the street, get up on the sidewalk. And we did some checking at 15 miles an hour, which a little scooter can easily handle 15 miles an hour. They'll travel 22 feet in 1 second. So by the time you leave the sidewalk, get back in the vehicle, nudge forward through the.
Mr. Adams, thank you for your time. Your time is up.
Another minute? No?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Baines?
Mr. Baines, welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring something to your attention. I commute into town every day. And when the rain is really heavy, there's a portion of 156 that is more dangerous than just about anything on 156. And what's happening is about a quarter mile before you get to the turn to go to the Valero, the water just rushes across the road. And I had a guy pass me, he spun out, he hit the wall, ended up on top of the wall. Yesterday, same thing, heavy rain, Lexus or Tesla did the same thing, hit the wall, bounced off to the other side. So maybe some enforcement would slow things down. A lot of people are going 75, 80 miles an hour when they get off 101. They're ready to get home, but it's just really not safe. There's so much water just shooting across, and it goes downhill, and it kind of forces you to correct and head back towards the wall. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you very much.
Graciela Nutter?
Hi, welcome.
Hello, good evening. I wasn't going to speak, but after seeing it, I have to scream it out because I was screaming it when we're volunteering. Michael Ponzi, that's how I was screaming it when we do volunteer work together. But I wanted to just reiterate and just say, you couldn't have picked a better person. He's that go-to person. Michael Ponzi's that go-to person that you can call, and he's right there. And he's just one of those people. And there's a number of people in this community, but I always feel so comfortable going, I'm going to call Michael Ponzi. And like I said, I always call him by his full name because I'm always screaming at him for something. But I also wanted to mention to Mrs. Baines, and having joined the business association, I thought, well, I'll bring what it is that I've got, some of the skills that I have. And I've not only been able to give my skills, but I've learned so much from this association as well. And so that's been a pleasure and an honor to be able to do for my community. My motto is unity in the community. And one of the things that I am trying to do right now is just bring us all together so we can start to work as one. And it's been a slow process. I'm going to keep hacking away at it and keep going at it. But I think in the end, I think this community with the new staff, we're going to get to meet the new staff. And Ariel, my son mentioned you. He had high praise for you, Ariel. So again, coming together and working together. And I kind of realized that I connected with all three because my family's been connected with the Teatro Campesino. We've been in teatro for 50 years now. And so it's a family legacy as well, too. So it's kind of a cool thing to see it all kind of unfold. That's part of bringing this community together. And I implore you all and everyone behind me, please give to your community. donate, I don't mean monetarily, donate your time. If you can monetarily, no, we ain't got an issue with that either, but donate your time, even if it just means that little, picking up that little weed that's from this block to the end of that block for the street cleanup, or coming and helping us with the Tree for Thee. You know, we're always looking for sponsors and stuff for that too as well. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of just give a real, just praise and thank you to seeing this unfold, because it's necessary, but it's also just, it's a good feeling to know that the people that are being honored, rightfully so, they should be honored. So that's just all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple of presentations now. One is a federal legislative update. Jason Brundle, Kiley and Associates.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Hey, Jason, welcome.
Thank you very, very much for having me this evening. It's been an honor to work for the City of San Juan Bautista for almost 2 years now here at the federal level in Washington, D.C. A little background on me. I grew up in Southern California, went to UC Santa Barbara, and then law school down in Los Angeles. But now I work and live in Washington, D.C., helping the city have some vast experience working both the United States House of Representatives, the United States Senate. And I was lucky enough a couple months back to tour your amazing city with Roy and get a real on the ground feel of the city. And just, as I mentioned, a real honor to work for y'all. I just want to give you a brief update of what's going on here at the federal level. Obviously, the shutdown has been something that has been on the news every single day for the past couple weeks. Now that's over, thank goodness. But a lot of work to be done across the federal level. I know that your USDA grant is something that that your city manager and I are working on to try and get answers. With the shutdown occurring, we were sort of shut out. We tried to come up with some creative ways to find some answers to that, including working with both Congresswoman Lofgren and our U.S. senators, Senator Alex Padilla and Senator Adam Schiff there as well. But now that the government's reopened, I know that your city manager is working with USDA directly to try and find some answers on that. And we're always here to supplement and try and do whatever we can to get any help or any answers that you need. Obviously, I think one of the biggest things that we do at the federal level is your funding when it comes to federal earmarks. We're also your eyes and ears here at the federal level, and sort of your fixers from time to time when problems arise. So, and I think one of the things that we'd love to do, and I know I've spoken with the city manager about this a little bit, is have a couple of the council members come out, and Madam Mayor, you as well, potentially come out to Washington, D.C. and meet with your folks. I think you may have done that in Sacramento a year or so ago. We'd love to welcome you out to DC and do the same exact thing and have a tour and get some really high level meetings, including with folks at the White House and across the political spectrum in DC. I want to tell you a little bit about some funding that's pending right now. Congresswoman Lofgren was kind enough to submit $1.5 million for a water project that will import water, drinking water, and bring you all into compliance. That project is moving forward. The House Appropriations Committee did adopt the project. As I mentioned, $1.5 million was submitted by the Congresswoman. The committee lowered that amount to $1,092,000, and that is pending right now. We are very optimistic, though, that these earmarks are going to happen. In fact, we actually had a few of our clients who actually got a few earmarks last week when the government reopened. And I've been working with your city manager and others to make sure that gets across the table. And as soon as that happens, of course, we will let you know. Also, we're working to have potentially some high-level meetings and some tours with Senator Schiff and Senator Padilla's offices to come to San Juan Bautista. I know the Congresswoman has been there a couple times, and I know she's a huge fan. And let me say as well, whatever I can do to help augment that relationship, we're always here. But she's a huge fan of the city, as many of you know, and we like to hear that, and we'll keep it that way. I know my colleague, Mr. Rojas from Rojas Public Affairs, will talk in a few minutes about what's going on at the state level. We've been teaming up on that funding as well that the city was kind enough to get from Speaker Rivas, about $1 million that the speaker approves for drinking water in the city. And I've been on a few calls with Mr. Rojas's team, with Senator Laird and Speaker Rivas's team and others. And that's actually real money now. So congratulations to you all, and so excited for that. And we'll keep pushing here at the federal level. Again, happy to answer any questions you have, but just wanted to give you a quick overview of what we're working on.
Thanks, Jason. Councilmember Aranda.
No, thank you for the update. No questions or comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Nope, thanks for the update.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you for the update.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Thank you for the update. Thank you for the update. No questions.
Thank you, Jason. Just a couple. One is that we did get the 1.092 million from appropriations.
It has not been signed. It has not been signed into law yet, but it is. We'll say it's at the 10-yard line.
Nice.
So
I love the red zone.
Yeah, it's in the red zone. It's in the red.
Thank you.
Yep, sure.
And I will see you in Washington in, would we say January?
Yeah, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, right?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Thank you.
Look forward to it.
Any questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anything on Zoom?
No hands raised.
Thank you, Jason. We appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you very much. Send the senator, send the Congresswoman our best.
Absolutely. And again, thank you. I mean, your city is a gem, and it was such an honor to be there and see it from, it was my first time visiting, so I look forward to coming back soon. Thanks so much.
Thanks. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a state legislative update from Jaime Rojas and Rojas Communications. Jaime, welcome.
Welcome, Mayor Jordan and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I want to give you a kind of a 3/4, almost the end of the year synopsis of the work that we've done with you and the staff. I'm going to upload our slideshow. Let's see if this technology on my end works appropriately. Bear with me. Okay. Let us do this. Council members, I see if you're able to see.
It started sharing, double click to enter full screen mode.
Let us see here. Let's try this again. Is it showing on your end as of right now?
It is not.
Okay.
Do we have it here?
How about now?
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. We have you.
Perfect. Well, thank you again for allowing us to give our state advocacy report. My name is Jaime Rojas, President of Rojas Public Affairs. We've been in business for over 10 years. Myself, for over 30 years in both, all three levels of government. I've worked in the White House in DC, Sacramento, and also local up and down the state of California. We have offices in Los Angeles, San Diego, Sacramento, and Washington, D.C., and wanted to give you kind of a scope of the work we've done thus far. It's been an honor working with you in the past couple of years, multiple trips to Sacramento, and wanted to kind of showcase the work that we're doing with the city. Let us see. First quarter, we do for the 25 and 26 state budget. As we now know, it's the implementation phase, and the legislature is out of session. Back in September, the governor approved the state budget. And the state allocated also a 3.3 billion to Proposition 4, which was voted by the voters of California last November, a year ago. And that 3.3 billion will be rolling out in the next 3 years. It's been hitting some speed bumps in the way it is going to be distributed. We're looking at almost over 100 different grants in the various agencies in the state to be able to begin rolling out these various grants. In some instances, they'll be renewing current grants, and others brand new projects. Our responsibility at Rojas Public Affairs is to work with your city manager and staff in identifying the key grants that are accessible and make sense for the city of San Juan Bautista. We're looking at an early rollout first quarter. Last month, the whole team was in Sacramento meeting with both the Senate and Assembly budget and finance teams, trying to get more input and also advocating for our various clients, including San Juan Bautista, on the projects that are coming up for the next fiscal year. Some of the upcoming dates for this next quarter, we just had the November 4th election. Prop 50 was approved by the voters overwhelmingly, establishing new districts specifically for the House of Representatives. We'll be seeing those changes and the even numbers of 2026, 2028, and sunsetting in 2030. Beginning in 2031, it'll go back to the commission that has previously been doing redistricting for the past 10 years. The end of this month, we're looking at the administration beginning to do preliminary discussions for fiscal year 2026 and 2027. And December of this year, we're looking at the Department of Finance to be releasing their updated revenue projections and mid-year fiscal outlook. Governor Newsom will be giving his last governor's budget mid-January, and we'll see how that compares to December's Department of Finance numbers. It'll be interesting to see if we are in the black this coming fiscal year. Ongoing RPA activity, some of the regular updated regarding the state budget approval process, the release of the draft budget, which is coming up in January, the revision of the governor's budget in May, and the approved budget in June. Annual client resource folder, which we give every client, which includes a legislative calendar and a lot of the resources we use in writing member requests, letters of support, etc. We've had for the past couple years our advocacy trip to Sacramento, scheduling meetings, and also relationship building efforts among state legislators and various agency staff. We're constantly monitoring the roll-off for Prop 4 and the regular email guidance and related Prop 4 climate bond, including ongoing updates for new grant opportunities outside of Proposition 4. We do regular check-ins, meetings with the city staff, checking to see what the city needs in addition to following the process of the state budget and our capital improvement projects in order to find that gap funding for those specific projects. Zoom meetings with legislative staff, with both State Senator John Laird, Speaker Robert Rivas's office. We've had meetings with staff from state legislators, regarding mandatory minimum penalties of currently with the issue here in the city, drafting talking points. We've coordinated letters of support from Senator and the Assembly Member Rivas for federal funding requests, and working in hand with Mr. Browdy in that important dollars coming back to the city. Some of our second quarter activities, ongoing discussion with our legislative offices, including, and most importantly, we've seen the State Water Board regarding the mandatory minimum penalties issue the city has been facing. We worked hand in hand with our state legislators, especially the Speaker. We've coordinated advocacy days with Speaker Rivas's office, Senator Laird's office, the State Board, Water Board, Department of Water Resources, and of course the State Parks Department. We've drafted the fiscal year 25-26 member request letters and created one-pagers for the water projects. And you can see on the right of the PowerPoint presentation some of the work that we've done on those one-pagers, as well as preparing the legislative staff on the work that we're doing with the city of San Juan Bautista. Our third quarter activities, we've coordinated a visit with Senator Laird to tour the new wastewater project. We've also been able to draft language related to the legislative amendment to the California Water Code. We've set up meetings regarding a potential bill amendments related to the Water Code amendment and collaborate with our federal lobbyists at the same time. This change we're looking for could hopefully impact the issue we're having currently with the city. We've drafted also a press release, as you can see here, regarding our visit with Congressmember Lofgren and Senator Laird visits, and ongoing contact with the Speaker's office regarding a site visit and tour. So far, we're looking at his district office as well as Sacramento office coming down to take a visit to the city. Some of our successful 2025 stories to tell. We secured $1 million of state budget dollars that have been confirmed and passed in September, appropriated by Speaker Rivas himself for drinking water projects, including but not limited to the pipeline and well rehabilitation projects funded through California State Water Board. We have initial interest from Speaker Rivas and Senator Laird and Senator Caballero's office to potentially float a bill to amend the California Water Code, more specifically regarding the financial hardship and mandatory minimum penalties smaller cities like San Juan Bautista face. And we've also know that many cities up and down the state of California face the same situation as the city of San Juan Bautista. What's next for this on the state level? Fourth quarter activities. October, we've seen the third quarter report that was submitted over to staff and shared with the council. We do what we call our annual kickoff meeting in preparation for the next fiscal year, focusing and identifying key capital improvement projects that need gap funding from the state. Our continued relationship building trip for Sacramento, which we'll be sending out dates to staff to be able to prepare for that upcoming Sacramento trip. The squeaky wheel always gets the oil, as they say. So the more that we're out there, not only our team as individuals with your state representatives, but as well as the council and staff to be able to see you face to face, as well as not only us preaching God's good work, but also preaching coming from yourselves and preparing you for those meetings. In November, we identified priorities for the 26th legislative session as well with staff for us to keep an eye on bills as they begin to evolve currently right now. And in February, we'll begin to see the rush of various bills from both the Senate and Assembly side for us to keep monitoring, making sure that the needs of the city are represented accordingly. December, we prepare updated member request letters and one-pagers for the priority projects that we decided on our kickoff meeting in December, and begin working same process again. As you can see on the right hand of the screen, we provide a summary of each of the quarters, what we do and how we do it, and work hand in hand with staff in making sure that everything that we build out gets done appropriately, and our relationships constantly and every month with the Sacramento staff and district staff goes continuously in order to make sure that they know the needs again of the city. And that is it for our presentation, and I'll leave it open up for discussions and any questions from staff and council.
Thanks, Jaime. Councilmember Aranda.
No questions or comments. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you for your hard work in Sacramento. Appreciate and that you are helping us along with our budget and our water issue with the fines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Frails.
Thank you. Jaime, that the visit we had with the state parks representative that we didn't think went so well must have went pretty well, because they've been doing a bunch of work on the state park here in the last couple of months. So thank you so much for that meeting.
Thank you, council member. It's always good news to hear the work that we do and the work that you do yields results.
Senate, you have in your presentation that Senator Monica Limon is going to be sworn in as the new President Pro Tem of the Senate. Does this mean anything substantive for the city, given that she is on a policy committee for water and wastewater issues?
Absolutely. Taking a leadership role as hers means more focus on the work that she does in the districts and the work and the committees she represents. For us, adding another person to be able to represent the needs of the city are crucial. We've had and currently have relationships with her and her staff through other clients as well. So for us, being able to push and make sure that the needs are heard are crucial. And the beauty about her being now being sworn in as Senator Pro Tem shortly is the ability then to be able to have another person be an ambassador on behalf of the city. So for sure.
Super cool. Thanks for including that. You spoke a couple of times about Prop 4 and the climate bond. Are we positioned pretty okay for that?
Absolutely.
Do you think?
Absolutely, especially with the water issues, and then also with fire, as we've been dealing with the fire issues in the city of San Juan in regards to infrastructure. Both those two are part of the infrastructure and the center of the proposition. So we're there waiting. We've spoken to the staff of the various agencies responsible, Cal Fire, Cal OES, the water agency, the water board, to be able to identify and work with the key people in each of those agencies. So working with your city manager, we're ready to get those grants ready and rolling as soon as they roll out.
Super cool. Do having a regional project, does that help out more than just being the city itself? Not that we can't accomplish anything on our own, but to have partners is always amazing.
Mayor Jordan, you hit the nail on the head. With limited dollars in the state, anything that can impact on a regional approach has a better eye and better funding opportunities than limited on just one local area. So with the fire department, for instance, and the water projects that we're working on in the city, it allows us then not only the impact to the city of San Juan Bautista, but to surrounding cities and the county is a huge benefit.
Cool. Thank you. And just a quick note for you, I'm on the policy committee, the environmental policy committee for League of California Cities. So if there's anything I can do on that level, we'll have a conversation just before the meeting in January.
Let's do it. I think that position is crucial, and we'll talk more how to leverage that as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Do we have any comments from Chambers or Zoom?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor, and seeing no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Anything else from the council? Thank you. Jaime, thank you so much for all you do. We really do appreciate you.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it as well.
Have a great night.
Likewise.
Thank you. Do we have, is Jennifer on Zoom yet? I know she's on a different meeting.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. Sorry. I was looking for names, not photos. Municipal Services Review from Jennifer Stevenson, who is the Executive Director of San Benito County LAFCO. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
We can. Thank you very much.
Okay. I will attempt to make this as brief as possible, but it's a lot of information. I'm Jennifer Stevenson, Executive Officer of San Benito LAFCO. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to present to you this evening. Your leadership and engagement are essential as we consider the future of regional wastewater services in San Benito County. Today's presentation is regarding the draft final of the Regional Wastewater Municipal Service Review, or MSR, that is available on LAFCO's website. It's a few hundred-page document. I highly recommend. It's a good read. I'd like to take the next several minutes to briefly explain the purpose of the MSR, summarize the key issues that have emerged from our analysis, and outline the governance structure options, and then invite your input on the options presented. Municipal service reviews are required under government code. Before LAFCO can update a sphere of influence, it must first conduct a comprehensive review of municipal services within the region. This includes evaluating service capacity, infrastructure needs, governance efficiency, and several other determinants of sustainable service delivery. And a sphere of influence is an ultimate growth boundary. In this case, the MSR focuses on wastewater services, recognizing that wastewater planning and coordination are foundational to orderly growth, environmental protection, and long-term community well-being. The MSR covers the 2 cities, 3 special districts, and 2 county service areas that currently or have in the past provided wastewater services. This map does not include County Service Area 45 because we didn't have boundaries for that one. That's in Rancho Larios. The draft MSR was originally released for public comment in December 2024. We received no public comments during that period. However, with the appointment of new LAFCO ad hoc committee members earlier this year, the commission directed staff to revisit certain governance-related components of the report. The updated version incorporates clarifications and guidance requested by the ad hoc committee, including the need to emphasize LAFCO neutrality, to underscore that any governance changes must be agency-driven, so that would be of those reviewed, it's not LAFCO-driven, and to acknowledge that CEQA review and more detailed feasibility work would be required before any option could advance. Several important themes emerged during the MSR process. First, there are out-of-area wastewater connections involving the city of Hollister, which raise questions about long-term efficiency and service equity. The map here is based on LAFCO-approved extension of services outside city limits. So all of those orange areas are outside services that have been approved by LAFCO. What it doesn't show are the areas that are being served outside of formal LAFCO approval. And we are working with Sunny Slope because they have a pretty detailed map to add that to this. So hopefully we'll have a map that shows the full picture of what's occurring. Second, there remains inconsistent use of the terms Hollister urban area and urban service area, which contributes to confusion among agencies and within the public. These terms have been used interchangeably and in some cases in ways that do not meet their statutory definitions. Third, there continue to be city-county coordination challenges regarding wastewater service provision in areas near Hollister. As development pressures increase, these coordination gaps can jeopardize orderly growth and infrastructure planning. Fourth, the MSR highlights a lack of pre-planning for wastewater services in areas immediately adjacent to Hollister. This gap undermines long-term regional infrastructure efficiency. Fifth, San Juan Bautista's 2016 General Plan Sphere of Influence and Urban Growth Boundary were never approved by LAFCO, so this leaves certain planning assumptions unclear for the city and its service providers. And I do know that we're in the process of working on that. And finally, CSA 22, County Service Area 22 at Cielo Vista, and County Service Area 45, Rancho Larios, both of which were formerly wastewater providers, are now inactive. The MSR presents a range of governance structure options intended to address the key issues just identified, particularly inconsistent planning, fragmented service responsibilities, and limited coordination among agencies. These options fall into several categories: multi-agency regional approaches, Hollister-focused approaches, proxy service models, and agency-specific solutions. So I'd like to briefly summarize each set. The MSR identifies two main regional concepts. First is formation of a regional sanitation district. This would consolidate wastewater services across agencies within the Hollister area, including Sunny Slope, out-of-area customers currently served by Hollister, and potentially San Juan Bautista. This option would eliminate fragmented boundaries and improve consistency of service levels, but requires broad consensus and navigating concerns about relinquishing local control. Another option is a joint powers authority. It's a more flexible alternative that allows agencies to jointly plan or deliver wastewater services without forming a new district. So a JPA can share resources, reduce duplication, and serve as a possible stepping stone to a regional district, while allowing agencies to retain local control. However, a JPA alone won't resolve Hollister's out-of-area connection issues and may need to be paired with additional agreements. For the city of Hollister, the MSR identifies options focused on clarifying service boundaries and out-of-area service responsibilities. Key options include formation of a subsidiary district. This is still a special district that would have the city council as the governing body for the district and can incorporate adjacent areas receiving Hollister wastewater services. This could address Hollister's multiple out-of-agency connections. And two other options related to those, Hollister urban area and the Hollister urban service area, is evaluating and retiring that urban area, which has been inconsistently and interchangeably used with the retired term urban service area, and then ensuring that urban service area is eliminated from city planning documents to become consistent with LAFCO policies. So these options examine whether a proxy service provider could address wastewater service needs in unincorporated areas, as the county is not a direct wastewater service provider. So there needs to be an entity in place to provide those wastewater services. And in each one of these cases, there needs to be some kind of special district or agency that provides it because the county cannot. So the first option is the county could purchase some of Hollister's wastewater capacity. This option would allow the county to approve development without uncertainty about service availability. It would ensure new customers pay their fair share and generate revenue for Hollister. Challenges include concerns about feasibility, in particular the cost, the city's capacity limits, and potential growth-inducing effects requiring CEQA review. This option would have to be combined with one of the two following options. Either a county service area or San Benito County Water District acting as a proxy provider. These agencies would be considered the wastewater provider on behalf of the county in unincorporated areas outside of Hollister and Sunny Slope. So I should clarify that right now, San Benito County Water District doesn't provide wastewater services, but can be empowered to do so through LAFCO approval. For San Juan Bautista, it's recommended that the city work with LAFCO to ensure that an updated sphere of influence be approved by LAFCO and incorporated in relevant city documents. And we're in the process of working on the city's overall municipal service review as well. So you'll probably be hearing from me on that one again in the near future, as it's almost completely drafted. And that will be covering all of your services. And then with a focused discussion on options and moving forward with the sphere of influence update for the city. Tres Pinos County Water District faces financial constraints and aging infrastructure. The MSR identifies consolidation with Sunny Slope as the primary governance option. While it's presently being planned that the Tres Pinos area will be annexed for water services into Sunny Slope, it would continue to provide wastewater services, but full consolidation would allow for several benefits. LAFCO's already approved divestiture of wastewater by that county service area 22, with Sunny Slope now operating the system and wastewater flowing to Hollister's plant. But so dissolution would finalize this transition. And the same is true of CSA 45. The HOA took over wastewater operations in 2021, and so dissolution is the next logical step. So the purpose of today's discussion is to ask for your feedback. Your insights are essential in this process. The MSR is a tool intended to help us collectively look ahead to identify challenges early and then support good governance and ensure that wastewater services meet the needs of current and future residents. So we are looking to you to provide feedback and input into the options that I just went over. LAFCO will be considering adoption or approval in January of the report. And in the meantime, have directed me to include the positions of each one of the reviewed agencies in the report. So I'll be adding that following this meeting. So thank you, and I welcome any questions or feedback you'd like to offer.
Thank you for that. Questions, comments, concerns from the council. Councilmember Aranda?
No questions or comments. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, for Ms. Stevenson, you did mention that the San Juan sphere of influence was not approved, but I myself was on that committee or ad hoc for several years, and I know that I was under the impression that we had submitted a finalized plan for that. So are you referring in your comments to that plan?
There may have been a plan submitted to LAFCO, but there's no record of formal approval. It has to go through a formal LAFCO approval process.
So you are saying that you cannot attest that there is an actual document that LAFCO is aware of?
I'd have to look through the archives for the actual document, but I can tell you that there are no resolutions or action documents approving the sphere of influence. So while the city may have submitted something, it still needs to be formally approved by LAFCO.
Well, I understand that. My question and concern is that you are not aware of any document at this time. And you are the agency that would look at the presentation and finally approve that. I believe it was submitted, if I'm not mistaken, to the County Board of Supervisors, and I believe they did approve that. My other question is that I'm concerned about the lack of engagement, and you are here tonight. I thought it was a presentation, but it seems to me that you're wanting feedback from us, the council, to take back to your meeting or in January. But I see here on the documents that you provided that there's been little to pretty much no engagement except for the city of Hollister. Is there any vehicle or any plans for you to get more engagement between now and January? This is the first I've heard of it. Thank you.
Right. So there's been quite a bit of outreach, primarily at the beginning of the project. When we did outreach to each one of the agencies, we conducted a kickoff meeting, we conducted a presentation midway through to discuss and present findings at the intergovernmental committee meeting. We circulated draft documents for review by staff. So there has been quite a bit of outreach, and this is the beginning, and that's why you're only seeing that Hollister has submitted feedback or response, as I also just got off a meeting with Sunny Slope to present the same thing. So this is all part of doing the outreach that you're referencing in order to get feedback. But we have also previously already done quite a bit.
Could I clear up something on the sphere of influence?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Thank you. Just as you may not be aware, but I also sit on the intergovernmental meetings, and I can attest that we have not held a meeting since the location has been moved to our city for probably going on 4 months. Yeah, it's been a little bit longer according to the mayor, so thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I think the confusion is the sphere of influence documentation was from 2016. The one that was submitted back in 2016, back when Grimsley was the city manager. It was never formally adopted. Not the one that we've all just finished. So that one's still in the process. So our sphere of influence is currently a huge rectangle that covers the valley and the San Juan Canyon because the 2016 was never submitted. So, okay. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Friels. I'm aware of that one that was never approved. That's been a big issue, but I was in reference to the current one.
Okay, that's what she was talking about, though, the 16.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm happy to see some movement on this and several other things. The MSR is actually being processed. I know LAFCO have been talking about MSRs since the previous LAFCO sat, and I'm really excited to see that work and details going through. I sat through a couple of presentations where you detailed how important those MSRs are as a first step to do almost any of the work that LAFCO needs to do to have updated MSRs. So I'm very excited to see you getting support to actually get those through. I also am excited to get a review of our city approved SOI through LAFCO and see what the feedback there is, if there were any changes or updates that LAFCO would recommend we make to that. But thanks for the conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. You spoke about challenges. Is that financial and operational for the regional plant?
Oh, feasibility concerns regarding making a regional
Yes.
sanitation district
Yep.
of some kind. Yes. I think there were certainly financial concerns brought up on how that would look, and whether there would be a buy-in from each one of the agencies, or whatever other structure would be necessary, because there would certainly need to be some expansion at the plant as well in order to make it a regional plant. Also concerned by the city And their one comment that they did provide was that they do not support formation of a regional district to provide services. And I am certain it's because, at present they own the plant and want to maintain ownership and control of it. So it would likely alter under a new special district. So yes, both operationally and financially, there are concerns and challenges.
Does it call out current financial or operational challenges that the city is facing with the plant, or does it just discuss the financial and operational challenges with the different recommendations for governance?
Both.
Okay.
As part of the municipal service review, we're required to make, or the commission is required to make determinations on seven different factors, one of which is infrastructure needs and deficiencies. Another one is financial ability to provide services. So the report itself is broken down into chapters by the provider. So there is a chapter dedicated to City of San Juan Bautista. There's a chapter dedicated to the City of Hollister. And at the end of each one of those chapters are the required determinations or findings. So it would identify all of those items.
Thank you. And one final question. You spoke about the city's MSR and the sphere of influence. Will LAFCO be reviewing those? Are they going to be fairly simultaneous to get both of them over the hump?
I think that the city MSR will be a couple of months behind the wastewater one for consideration.
Okay, and then the city's sphere of influence
would be just after that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
No speaker cards received, Madam Mayor, and seeing no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Anything further from the council? Jennifer, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate all the work that goes into all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening, everybody.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, everybody okay? Moving forward. Sorry. Capital Improvement Plan update, Doug Pike. Hi, Doug. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I've been invited to give a brief update on some key CIP projects. There's quite a few very important CIP projects that have funding for this fiscal year, but we're just going to highlight 5 that are of particular visibility in the community or have significant benefit for members of the community. So we've got a slide presentation of 7 slides just to have something visual to look at as we highlight just some progress on some of these key projects. Our first project that we're going to highlight is the sewer force main to Hollister. And so, Liz, if you can go to the next slide. We have with us Gabe Arano from Stantec. He's been the program construction manager, project construction manager for this very significant project and has been working on it some time. And so, Gabe, do you want to give a brief update of this project?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Hi, Gabe. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think I have my camera on too, but I can't tell here on my side. So
you do. We can see you as well.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to update you on the sewer force main to Hollister project. I understand that everybody's generally already familiar with the project, so this is going to be pretty succinct, but I'll do a little do a little summary of the project and identify the status. So the project at its core is to abandon the wastewater treatment plant on Third Street, build a submersible sewage pump station, and pump that sewage to Hollister. And then on site there at the pump station are some improvements related to using the storage ponds, influent screen, demolition, and of unused facilities related to the old treatment plant, and new site work to leave a nice new clean infrastructure for the city. So at this point, the project is well along. I believe we started in 2023 when we bid the project. And here in June of 2025, the pump station and force main came online. And ever since, we've been pumping the city's sewage to Hollister successfully. And the treatment plant has been it's offline and starting the decommission process. In fact, much of it is already decommissioned, the filters, the disinfection facilities, and so we're just sort of chipping away at the loose pieces that are to be abandoned and on site or decommissioned. The work to be completed is related to the storage pumps and the influent screen and some odor control improvements. And then the final site and grading there to leave a clean facility. And at this point, the project is, from a fiscal perspective to the contractor, 90%, might be probably 92% complete and built out. So we're really near the finish line. And with the current work at hand in the contract, the expectation is that it's all done and buttoned up in early January. So we're 6, 7 weeks away. Now, in working with the USDA and the grant, when we went into the funding process, we had some contingency, and we've come out a little bit ahead on that contingency, and they've identified that it's use it or lose it. So we have a couple change orders into USDA that we hope to get approved now that they're back in the office. And I spoke with them today, and they're dusting off their thousands of emails and voicemails and trying to do exactly that. But if we get those change orders approved, then the project will likely finish in sometime in February with maybe a final acceptance in March. So that's the finish line. We really hope those change orders are approved. So that's my little summary. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the sewer force main?
Yeah.
Councilmember Aranda?
Yeah, I have a question. This might even go to our city manager. I was under the impression that I know we were gonna decommission our sewer plant, but I was under the impression that we weren't gonna completely shut it down in case something happened to the pipeline, and we could still use our sewage plant for backup. So am I wrong, or did I get that? Maybe I just
Go ahead, Gabe.
Ashley,
Explain it.
okay, thank you. So yes, the treatment component of the treatment plant is decommissioned. The ability to aerate and filter and disinfect and discharge to No Name Creek, that part will be decommissioned. The treatment basins will be converted to storage so that if there ever is a problem in the city or along the force main or over at Hollister, that we would be able to use that volume to shut down the pump station and force main for some duration while we address the issue. That would be finite. We won't be able to treat that wastewater. We have to then put it back through the pump station and send it to Hollister for treatment.
got it. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you for the presentation.
Oh,
You're
thank you
welcome.
for the presentation. And nothing's 100% fail proof, right? So we were alerted to a little hiccup in the sewage force main. I believe it was last week, but I'm very hopeful that that issue has been addressed and there'll be a system in place to monitor that a little bit differently. So no, this is great. This is a great project. Thank you.
I can speak to that issue if you would like me to elaborate on it.
If you would like.
Okay. So right now we are replacing the influence screen that captures all the solids and rags and everything that people can put down the drain. And because that screen is not in place, there's a temporary bypass screen, which is inferior and allows some solids to get through. And those solids clogged one of the air valves along the force main, jammed it open, and allowed water to escape. It's designed to allow air in the line to escape so that we don't have air bubbles, which cause a restriction, but it got jammed open. and that should not be a problem, probably next week when the new screen is put online.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Hello, Councilmember Aranda's question spiked another question that interested me. If we were to store waste in those retention ponds, that's open air storage of sewage, right? Like we're all gonna get dragged and quartered for.
That's correct.
It's open
we don't
now, but
want-
if we had to close the pipeline and store 100 gallons or 200 gallons of sewage down there, we'd never hear the end of it from people. Okay, so it's already getting stored there. Okay.
We hope that condition never happens or is very rare.
Not needed anymore. Wait, what? Thank you. Okay, we're good. You want to keep going?
Unless there are questions, I'll turn it back over to Doug.
Sorry, that's just Gabe. Sorry, Gabe. Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns from chambers? Michael, you already had 3 minutes.
Thank you, Michael Ponce, 803 First Street. I'm not sure if Gabe is the one that could answer it, but I know Doug Pike is on the call. Maybe he can answer it. I just have a question on where we stand with our industrial users agreement to place their effluent in our pipeline. That was one of the 4-part agreements with the EPA to complete our force main. So I'd like to know where we stand with our industrial users agreement. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Ashley, did you want to address that?
Michael, I'm going to address it in my city manager comments tonight.
Rachel needs an award. Thank you, Doug. Gabe. The change orders that you spoke of, this is potentially a wee bit of extra cash that we might find to do something really good at the facility. Did he leave us?
Ashley,
There
do
we
you
are.
want me to speak to that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a couple change orders that we have in front of the USDA. This first one might sound a little complicated. I can't be avoided. So the project included removing the sludge from the treatment basins as part of the project to dewater it and haul it away to a composting or landfill facility. But through the course of the project, it became apparent that we can't do that for some access reasons. And ultimately, there's more sludge in there than the city had originally identified and cost. So we removed that from the project and instead have a change order to buy equipment for the city to do that over the next couple of years in-house with the Cypress Water and city staff. So that's one change order, and the city will end up with a new truck and some tractors and a little mini excavator and some equipment related to that. Another change order is to improve there's some storage basins that are polyethylene tanks on the hill that we need to improve. The original project was just going to use them as is. They're 50+ years old. They're in poor condition, but we were trying to save every penny during the original design. So there's a change order to improve that component of the system. And that storage is to allow for pipeline cleaning, where you can store some water in poly tanks. It's not an open air basin, which we already had a comment that that's unattractive or unappealing. We don't want to do that if we don't have to. But in closed polyethylene tanks, we'll store some water and then be able to pump the pipeline in a continuous and high velocity way to clean it. So one of the change orders is to improve that system and make it more usable and bring in some new components, piping, and controls. And there's 4. The fourth one is to get a new roof and roofing on the operations building. It's old, in poor condition. And so we're going to leverage some of that grant to get a new roof. We're just trying to put all that grant to beneficial use there. It has to have nexus with the project. So it all has to happen there at the plant. So yes, I hope I spoke to your question.
Thank you. Wow, super cool stuff. I think that's it. Anybody else? Back to the council. Thank you. Thanks, Gabe. We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I think we're ready to move on to the next projects. Gabe, thank you very much. I have to compliment his professionalism. He's really dedicated himself to this project over the last several years and done an excellent job. So the other 4 projects, I'm going to just quickly go through those. They're in the planning or early design stages, and then we can talk about any one of the 4 when I'm done, if that's okay. It'll make this go a little bit quicker for you. Next project is the Luck Park Historic Improvements. And I think everybody is familiar with the goals and of the master plan that architect Alan Hendry helped us develop. What you're looking at is an idea that we had to phase it so that we can focus and get things done. We don't have all the money we need to do everything we want all at once, but we can phase it over time. And you can see that the phase 1 area is in full color there, and then future phased areas are the frontage improvements, and then improvements that deal with the library and the other side of the park. In the first phase, we're focusing on further stabilization and improvements to the new and proposed visitor center, the historic gas station. And if we go to the next slide, I've got a image that shows you what we're looking at accomplishing in phase 1A, which is to drain the area where this historic gas station is located. The ground remains moist. It's got a corner of the building is low lying. So we're going to install a French drain and carry it to the adjacent storm drain. Also included in this stabilization plan to get this building functional as soon as possible is to remodel one of the 2 existing bathrooms. They're both devoid of fixtures. There used to be a men's room and a women's room, but we'll activate one bathroom and make it available for staff to use. And also we'll do a few electrical upgrades. Also, there will be some minor architectural enhancements because of the limited budget this fiscal year, but that'll include some repairs to some windows, door frames, and fitting the doors so that they're weather tight. That's the main improvements. If there's funding sufficient, then we will include some work on the proposed new arbor that goes between this visitors center and the library, so that we have a comfortable, attractive, and enhanced outdoor space right immediately adjacent to the visitor center and directs people towards the library. Let's see, if you could go back one slide, I'll make sure I didn't miss anything. No, I guess I covered everything. Just so you know, we had a budget for just a design function, and we were going to design more of these phases, but in discussing it with the committee, Luck Park Committee, it was felt that if we could actually accomplish some improvements in construction, it would better serve the community. So we break it down into smaller phases and get that building stabilized and get it functional and accessible and usable. So that's the goal of this fiscal year. So now we can go on to the next project, which is the Highway 156 right-hand turn lane at the Alameda. This is a project that is being funded by the developer that's developing the new travel center service station at the Alameda. And this project's been in work for some time. It's quite a process because it's work being done by a local agency on a state highway. And there's a process to be had. And the right-hand turn lane, which is a condition of this development as levied by Caltrans, is highlighted in a shaded gray, and that's the right-hand turn lane. The idea being that that gas station is a nexus for triggering additional traffic making right-hand turn movements, and rather than congest the highway that's the through movement, there needs to be a right-hand turn lane. And where we're at in that process is we're finalizing the right-of-way acquisition, a construction easement that's necessary from the adjacent property owner on the corner. We're finalizing plans, specifications, and estimates. And before we can go to bid, we'll have to verify funding. Because of higher than normal inflation and the duration of the project, everything gets more expensive over time. So we just have to validate that the funding's available because it's to be funded by others. This is being driven by development, and so the development needs to pay for the improvements. So then the next step, once the funding's confirmed, is we'll advertise for construction. And this will proceed on its own schedule, independent of the gas station improvements. However, they're connected in that this project needs to be completed before I believe occupancy is granted to the new gas station. The next project that I wanted to highlight is the 3rd Street master planning and improvements. There's a current budget of $120,000 in the fiscal year CIP budget for master planning and beginning improvements on 3rd Street. We have a REAP grant, which funds development of that master plan, and the limits are between Muckalamy and Franklin Streets. EMC Planning Group has provided a proposal to assist in developing the master plan, and that implementation, which has not yet begun, but will include 2 public engagement meetings, including a walking tour, 3 public hearings, involvement by the Historic Resources Board, Planning Commission, and City Council, and stakeholder organizations have been identified. So we're in that planning stages. It's anticipated, our bullet 3 there, or the item 3, that the stakeholders that have been identified likely to be involved include the state park, Old Mission San Juan Bautista Historical Society, Historic Resources Board, Discover San Juan, Spirit of San Juan Bautista, the Rotary Club, as well as community members, property owners, and local businesses. So it's going to be a fairly comprehensive public process. We do intend to have early engagement with council to discuss the issue of retaining one-way traffic or returning to pre-COVID two-way traffic. If we can address that as a independent first issue, then we can advance the master planning that much quicker. So you'll be seeing at some time in the not too distant future an agenda item to bring up that discussion. Next project that I wanted to highlight is the last one, actually. Next slide is 2nd Street student and pedestrian improvements. And we were able to receive a grant of $70,000 to build some pedestrian and safety, pedestrian and student safety improvements. that are along this very busy corridor where we have a lot of students that come visit, part of the third grade program to visit the mission, as well as visitors. And this picture right here just identifies the boundaries. It's between Muckalamy and Washington Streets. There's some basic safety components that will be addressed. But before we implement any design, we intend to engage and coordinate with City Planning Department, the Historic Resources Board, and State Parks, who is the grantor who provided the funding for this. And so the design needs to balance the standard and historical nature of the area with the intent of having enhanced safety. And we believe we can do that. There's some flexibility that we've been working into and developed. For example, we have on some of these corner ramps, gray gray tactile pads for the visually impaired versus the bright yellow. And there's some things that we can do. Also, there's some places in town that you're familiar with where standard safety signs have some nice, attractive, period appearing frames around them, and wood posts versus metal posts. There's other things that we can do, but just so you know, that's on the radar to go into engagement fairly soon with the planning department, HRB, and state parks to get input, and we'll lay a palette of some ideas out there. And once we've developed that, then we'll put together the final design, which will be relatively quickly because it's basically signage improvements, legends, and striping that are appropriate, and maybe a few slight hard and flat work improvements where there might be trip and fall hazards or other safety issues for pedestrians and the students that are out there. So those are the projects that we wanted to highlight so that you know that they're advancing and moving forward. We're in the second quarter of the fiscal year. These are the projects that you'll see substantial improvement or completion this fiscal year. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on anything that I've presented.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns on anything, Councilmember Aranda?
Yes, actually I have two questions. My first one's with the visitor center. Will installing the French drain and I think it was sealing the windows and doors fully resolve the water intrusion issue at the visitor center? I'm not even sure if that's still a thing. And second, as for the gas station, if funding for the right-hand turn lane isn't secured, does that prevent the gas station project from does it prevent it from moving forward since that is a condition?
I'll answer the second question first. It is a condition for development. So they're going to need to fund fully the improvements. And that we have a development agreement that's been executed and signed by all parties in that regard. The other one in regards to the Luck Park Visitor Center, there is a lot of there's saturated soils for much of the year in the wintertime. And so there's a tendency for moisture to wick into the concrete cracks. And so there's always moisture either physically present or water vapor as it's evaporating. And so what we see a rust occurring in metal components of, say, the window frames, the door frames. And I don't know that we can demonstrate that it's a health concern, but wherever there's moisture, you tend to get a little more mold or other issues that at least cause maintenance issues. And if we're going to store any historical items in the building, we want to stabilize and create a drier environment for that.
Got it. Thank you. Other than that, thank you for the presentation, and I look forward to seeing these capital projects get done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes, thank you. This was great to see all this on the near horizon. It's pretty exciting because we have been speaking to this for a little bit of time. I do have a couple questions, and I'm not an engineer, but I'm thinking with, first of all, with the Luck Historical Museum, water right now is an issue. We're approaching the winter wet season, and we may have some more rain next week. And I know you're talking about French drains and fixing the foundation, but is there like an immediate, inexpensive fix? Because I know that there is a berm or a little mound of grassy hill that was put in there. I'm not quite sure the reasoning. I heard it's on the parallel to Third, that little mound of grass was put there to prevent vehicles from driving onto the grass. So I'm assuming, like I said, I'm not an engineer, along with all the other issues that create the moisture, that this may be a kind of a natural drainage for water to just kind of drain from that hill down into the low-lying foundation. And, right now I volunteer sometimes with that Luck Museum. I really, enjoy it. I think it's important. It houses very historical documents, but the sandbags need to be repaired. But I'm just thinking that mound, is there any way to flatten it so there won't be just a natural occurrence of drainage downhill?
That's actually going to be in the plan. We're aware of that. And we're going to make sure that there's not only that mound is going to be removed, but we'll make sure that there's positive flow away from the structure. And that'll help quite a bit. Where it's a little bit difficult on the library parking lot side because that's the low-lying area, and so it kind of, you got to go up gradient to get to the sidewalk there. But we think we're stabilized. The city invested some funds in that structure a little while ago to do some stabilization, and it was very successful in the heavy rains of 2023. And we wouldn't be starting construction on this until the spring. But if we get some heavy rains, we know that the roof is fairly watertight and the building is fairly stable. It's a wonderful building. It's going to be referred to as a visitor's center because a museum has unique building standards that this building doesn't meet. So we just don't use that moniker. If it's a visitor center, it's just a simple business use. If it's a museum, it's like a school or an institution building.
Okay. And then as far as the turnout lane, I did hear that it was a condition of development, that was part of the agreement when you said the parties signed off on it. So the parties meaning the developer, the owner of the gas station, and the city. And is there another party?
Ashley, did you want to answer? It looked like you might have something you want to say about that.
Did you see me flashing red lights over here? Follow me, please. I just want to correct the record for Doug because he's not necessarily in every conversation. I apologize, Doug. I want to put you on the spot. The development agreement is still in negotiation, and that will be coming before the Planning Commission and then the City Council in December.
Okay. And so the parties would be the city and the owner developer?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just going to throw this out there. I sit on COG as the primary member. So that right turnout lane, and maybe you can correct me, City Manager, Aunt Colick and Mr. Pike, wouldn't that, because it's turning off of a state highway, is there some responsibility of Caltrans to help out with that?
Doug, do you want to take a stab at answering that question? I think I wouldn't know the answer, council member, but we can.
Yeah, sure. I can just give you the answer that's standard in these types of relationships, and that is that this is a project that's being initiated because of private development, and the project is really under control of the city at this particular time. When we're done, then of course the state will accept and maintain the improvements that are built. But the state, as far as I know, wouldn't have an obligation to contribute any money to it, but they do contribute resources by way of meetings that we have with them, inspections, reviewing documents that are submitted and things like that. I think they can require some reimbursement for that time, but so far as I know, I don't know that that's in any agreement with Caltrans.
So it would be technical work or consultation that they would give us.
Yes, possibly. I don't know the details of that.
Okay.
But I can find that out.
And then the last comment I have about that is that, considering that we do have a pedestrian crosswalk there across a very busy highway, as anyone that lives here can attest to that, it would be nice if either the property development company or developer, in conjunction with Caltrans, like I said, COG, I brought it up, that even without the gas station there, and it's a currently used crosswalk, that there should be some proper LED lighting. People cross there in the evening, and also, sometimes at dusk time, it would just be another safety measure for the pedestrians that choose to cross there. But now at the gas station, I envision that there's going to be traffic from maybe young kids that ride their bikes and say, oh, let's go over to the gas station. Maybe they're going to have something new that they can't purchase in town, and they're going to want to venture over there. And I have huge concerns about it. But anyway, I'm just putting that out there. And my alternate to COG is Councilmember Friels. So I've expressed this concern to him. And, maybe the two of us can see what we can do. And then lastly, I was in Sacramento several months ago, and I heard that there was funding with what they call the acronym ATP, which is Active Transportation, I think, program. And so there is money in that. Are you aware of that, to help with our master plan or walking trails or walking pedestrian things?
Yes, we're very familiar with that, and we actually are participants in that program already. San Juan Bautista is. We have an active transportation plan that was developed by way of grant funds under that program, and it's already been used to get additional supplemental funds. For example, the Second Street improvements, the grant that we've mentioned, that came about as a result of us utilizing our active transportation plan in the city and basically pulling pages from it and submitting it. And it was exactly what was needed to justify the obtaining of that grant. And they're pedestrian and bicycle improvements.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have a number of projects that have been identified when that active transportation plan was developed, that will look for opportunities to get more funding.
It sounds like they're willing to give people money, and it's available. It's like one of the things that is available, very few in Sacramento these days. So thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
No questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. I think I'm answered as well. Do we have any comments from chambers?
No speaker cards received, but we do have one hand raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Hi, Van. Welcome.
You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Council and City staff. Doug, thank you for your presentation. It was very, very comprehensive, and I appreciated the council persons who raised some questions I had as well. 2 points I want to make, though. We have a number of cracks in the floor and in the walls that allow moisture to enter, and I wondered if Public Works could not fill those cracks with whatever is appropriate, quick foam, latex, in order just to prevent moisture from coming in. Because we do have some invaluable ephemera, documents, vintage photographs. And the other thing is that we need ADA access. There's no ADA access from the parking lot, from the sidewalk. I'm pretty sure that's, required by California state law. We do have board members who need, use walkers or wheelchairs. We have Historical Society members who are also needing that kind of access. So I wondered how that would be accommodated. And though there had been 2 bathrooms in the building, in terms of priorities, I think most of us would agree that's not a high priority. There are bathrooms in the museum, in the library, I'm sorry. So that is an option, could be down the road. And the other thing I would want to say is that when I was on planning commission, when the gas station was approved, and we wanted a visitor center, welcome center in the gas station. So if possible, I would prefer that we not call it a visitor center. I understand the parameters of not calling it a museum, but could we call it Lux Station Archives of the San Juan Bautista Historical Society or something to that effect? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would you like me to, there's some I can respond to.
Please.
Those were all excellent comments. I appreciate that. So accessibility is part of the plan for this first phase 1A. Make sure there's a path of travel for handicapped access to the front door. Also, we're aware of the cracks, and so there will be some crack sealing. There's one crack in particular in the back that is bigger than others. It's not a I've discussed that and shown that to the building official, and we have a strategy and a plan for sealing that, and a few other improvements to the structure that are just preservation oriented, enhancing. For example, there's just one location where we're going to have a steel pipe truss and not truss per se, but a column with a saddle, just as a precaution, because the biggest crack happens to be adjacent to one of the roof beams, and it's an all concrete structure. There's no evidence that it's creating any hazard or structural issues, but it's a fairly inexpensive way to stabilize that building, just to make sure that settlement isn't an issue because of that crack. But at any rate, so we are going to address those cracks and accessibility. And in regards to a name, I think we can make note of that and bring it up with the Luck Park Committee and let them be aware of that suggestion.
Thank you very much for that. Anything on Zoom or chambers? Nothing. Good. We're good. Council? Doug, thank you so much for talking us through all of this. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Vanda, you've had your moment. Sorry. I don't know if you just raised your hand again or if you had another question, but we're moving on. Thank you. And if we can take a 5-minute break, that'd be very much appreciated. Thank you. Maybe 10. Ready? Thank you. Welcome back all. Thank you for that. Administrative reports, replacement of fire engine 14. Chief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. For the record, Jonathan Goulding, Fire Chief. So before you tonight, I appreciate you guys giving me a chance to initiate a discussion about the replacement of fire engine 14. So a little bit of history. Engine 14 is the San Juan Bautista owned fire engine. It is a 2005 Pierce Contender. It's 20 years old. Per NFPA 1901 Annex D, the recommendation is for frontline fire apparatus, which engine 14 currently is, by year 15 to be taken offline, evaluated and taken offline as a frontline and be moved to reserve status, and between year 20 and 25 to retire out that apparatus. So currently we're running engine 14 as a frontline fire apparatus at 20 years old. The issue with that is severe reliability concerns and lack of modern safety equipment. Currently, the engine has leaking valves, air leak issues, faulty gauges. There's a windshield problem. It's got frequent mechanical failures and increase of risk to failure during an emergency. So over the past 2 years, since November of 2023, it's got nearly $8,000 in repairs, not including the repairs that it's in for currently. It's also been out of service over 175 days, or roughly 25% of the last 2 years. It is currently out of service, has been out of service since September 4th of 2025 for numerous issues, some of those being coolant leaks, oil leaks, fuel system problems, windshield damage, pump discharge valves, the deck gun motor, transmission issues, air brake system leaks, and electrical issues. A lot of those that have been repaired so many times that they're recommending replacement of the full systems, like the air brake system. Their recommendation is to replace the entire system there. So reliability is becoming more and more of a concern. The replacement cost, and I think that was an attachment to my staff report, but replacement cost currently, the price quote that we have is roughly $1,114,000 to replace that Type 1 engine, which does include a $15,000 discount for a customer loyalty discount, since the city of Hollister has several Rosenbauer apparatus. This is a Sourcewell quote with our current spec. Rosenbauer is one of the less expensive fire apparatus manufacturers. The apparatus pricing since 2017. In 2017, we bought two Type 1 engines. We bought 4 engines at the time, but there were 2 Type 1 engines. For an understanding of the price increase, at that time, we bought both of those engines for less than what one engine cost. So the increase since 2017 is, if you average out the increase in price, is roughly $74,000 a year that the price of the engine has gone up. And the price that you have before you is valid through the end of this year, with an expectation of at least a 3 to 5% increase come January 1st. Let's see. If you purchase the fire apparatus before December 31st, at that price of the 1,114, then if you pay the down payment on the chassis when it arrives within 15 days to the plant, there's another $19,000 discount there. I have not presented this to either the San Benito County or the city of Hollister. I will be taking a similar item to the city of Hollister. If we purchase 2 fire engines at that time, we do get an additional discount. I think each engine would be roughly $25,000 discounted at that point as well. I don't know if either the city of Hollister or the county are inclined to make a purchase, but that is something that if we buy more than one at a time, we do get a discount for that as well. So at this point, my recommendation would be to have a discussion and then provide direction to staff. I can come back next month if you wanted me to actually bring forward the item to purchase a replacement. I do have a little bit of financing option information for you, but I can work, if that is the direction you guys want to go, we can work more diligently with staff to get a little bit more concrete numbers, but I do have some of that information and I'm available for questions for you now.
Thank you. Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. On the fire apparatus, are we able to upgrade the safety equipment? And that can hold us over for a little longer, or is it just like this is it?
So here's the thing, if we ordered a brand new fire engine right now, this Rosenbauer, it's a 900-day production time. So 2.5 years before we ever see it. So we're going to still be piecing this engine together for the next 2.5 years if you ordered it today.
Got it. And then with the if we purchase a new apparatus, I don't, sorry, forgive me if I don't know anything about fire. Will it work with our infrastructure, like our firehouse? I don't know if where it plugs in, what you got to do to it. Will that all work? Will it work with our fire hydrants that maybe might be old?
Yeah, so the specification that this quote is built off of is what currently are engine 11, 12, and 13. It's just the newest version of that specification. But yes, they're designed to be able to work with everything. We could replace this engine, no problem.
Sweet. And then I'm assuming now that when we're doing all the maintenance costs for the fire apparatus, it's hard to source parts, or since it's 20
It
years?
is. Some of the issues that we're running into is because it's 20 years old, you can't get those parts. So sometimes we're having to have parts custom fabricated for the apparatus, which is what delays the repair, some of the repairs.
Got it. And then my last final question. I know we're talking about maybe purchasing 2 fire apparatuses, maybe with Hollister, that would be cool to get $25,000 off, but is there other options for us? Like, I know we are leasing our fleet. Can we lease a fire truck? Are there other options than just outright purchasing it for the I think it was $1.1 million?
Yeah. So my recommendation, what Hollister has done is we do lease purchase options.
Okay.
And what we have is options for either 7 or 10 years. My recommendation would be for you guys to do a lease purchase option, and we would talk about the terms. But theoretically, the best thing to do would be to do that. And then at the termination of the lease, which is why Hollister is looking at this, is in the 2.5 years that it's going to take to build, we'll finish the lease on the last round or one of our rounds of fire engines, and we would just continue to keep paying that so that we always are keeping brand new apparatus at that 10-year mark ish. So my recommendation would be not so much to purchase it outright, because that would be overburdening on your system, but at least purchase option. And like I said, there are multiple different options. I have before me examples of a 7 and a 10-year lease option.
Got it. And then this might be a silly question, but does Hollister have any fire trucks that you guys are trying to get rid of that are still in good condition that we could lease out from you guys?
So
I'm just trying to be creative.
No. And so let me explain to you the current status of our Type 1 fleet for Hollister Fire, and that's inclusive of what the county owns and what the city of Hollister owns. So the city of Hollister owns 4 Type 1 engines. 3 of them are frontline. That's engine 11, engine 12, and engine 13. We also have 1 reserve engine. The county has 1 engine that's in reserve. And then San Juan Bautista has 1 engine. Of those engines, the engines that are not first out apparatus, they have their own share of problems. That's why they're reserve apparatus, to the point where engine 16, which is a reserve engine, in that same time span has been out of service for over 100 days. Engine 17, which is another reserve engine, has been out of service in that same time span of over 80 days. So that's the reason why there's that need. We have currently an OES engine where the state has given us an engine where we're required to respond in if they call for it, but we can also utilize it. There's actually been times where even with those reserve apparatus, we've had 7 days in the last 2 years where we've had to put that out as a first out apparatus because we didn't have sufficient Type 1 engines, which is why there's a pressing need to start replacing the fleet.
Got it. And sorry, just one more question. Just
Not your bad self.
came up. The fire apparatus that we have that you're recommending, now that we're like, trying to figure out this fire district and we're getting along, thank you. Does it make sense to add anything else, like a bigger ladder or anything on this fire apparatus, since it will be serving, the county essentially as well?
No, so the specification for the Type 1 engine that you have, or that quote is based upon what our needs are.
Got it.
Either if it was just San Juan Bautista or in the bigger system for the county. The one missing component that's needed is the truck that we already have on order. That's due to arrive, I think, in March or April of next year. But for Type 1 engines, that is the most appropriate apparatus for San Juan Bautista to purchase.
Sweet. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys.
No, valid questions. Well done. Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, thank you. I figured it would be a matter of time. I remember when I first got on the council, I started talking to Don about putting some money aside because that Pierce, it's a contender, right? Pierce contender.
Correct.
So that engine was was basically a shelf model. It wasn't a custom built. Pierce would put out a series of engines that smaller departments could buy, and they didn't have as many bells and whistles. It turned out to be a very reliable engine up until 20 years, and it was something we could purchase right away. 2.5 years with Rosenbauer and close to 4, maybe more with Pierce. And another problem we're having with this engine we have now is it's a Pierce, and Pierce is very proprietary. They don't share with anybody. They're Pierce, Oshkosh. They build their own frames. They do their own brake systems. They do their own. About the only thing they'll share is the engine, transmission, and pump. All the rest of the stuff they do. So I could imagine how expensive the parts are starting to get for it. And after a while, it really adds up. And they are so backlogged. There's a chance the chief would his mechanics would probably have to wait months for a new one. And it's a safety issue. Also, getting a rig what's the same as the other three, uniformity is so much easier for everybody. You don't have to constantly train on multiple pieces of equipment. You can, if a guy comes over here and works, or a gal works overtime over here, it's the same exact engine they're working with at the other 2 stations or 3 stations. I think it's a good idea. It's something we've had to do for quite some time. We got lucky. We really stretched that rig out. And we paid like $83,000 for that thing, so this goes to show you where the prices go. Yeah. And that was on a grant. That was on a federal grant. We scored that on a grant with all the equipment that we bought. So, I mean, we're kind of due. We're definitely due. I'm highly recommend it. I'm looking forward to a new rig here.
To piggyback on something you said, going with the Rosenbauer spec, what we have found, because engine 11 and 12 were purchased at the same time, and then engine 13 was purchased a few years later. To your point, engine 11s are our most used apparatus. So when it has an issue, then we know that issue's coming with 12 and then it's coming with 13. We share the same parts. So it's not the same as Pierce, where, as you pointed out, they're very proprietary, and which makes them very expensive and hard to come by. With the Rosenbauer, the mechanics are familiar with working on them, so they can diagnose the second and third one a whole lot quicker because they've already figured it out on the first one.
Yeah, and it's amazing what little things will put an engine out of service. I mean, you could be waiting for 6 weeks for an air filter, and all 3 of those Rosenbauers all have the same air filter. I'm sure your mechanics have a whole shelf full. I mean, just simple things like that. And then when you get these, hoity-toity places like Pierce, I mean, I toured the Pierce factory twice, and they think that they're the only fire engine manufacturer on the planet. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I wasn't impressed. Wasn't impressed by their welding. wasn't impressed by a lot of stuff. But you know, that was the last little fire district I worked in. That's all we had was Pierce's, and new change. We went away from Pierce. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a new rig here, and I'm glad that San Juan's going to buy it. We don't not doing no partnership or anything. I'd like to make sure we own that engine outright. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you, Chief. Just tagging on Councilmember Rhonda's question to you. He asked about if Hollister had any spare, but I'm wondering, you hear about the situation with fire stations closing across the state of California and some larger cities, which would lead me to the question, are there any stock that they may be wanting to sell?
There probably is. You could probably go out. The thing about used fire engines, just like a used car, you don't know what the history is. And if it is reliable, you're going to be paying top dollar. And to be quite honest, because of the lead time, it is over 4 years to get a Pierce. It is 2.5 years to get a Rosenbauer. There's a premium on used fire engines. So I think if you did a cost benefit analysis on it, it would be cheaper now, but then the lifespan of it would be shorter, that you'd have usable lifespan. And with the rate in which fire engines are going up, I don't know that it would be beneficial to buy something used. I think that would be more beneficial of like, if the engine just died and we needed something now, that would be the time to buy a used apparatus. Right now we are piecing the engines back together. If it's something we move on, I think you're better off purchasing new. But if that's the direction you guys give me, is to look to used, we can look at that. But you're still talking, I would assume, a used fire engine in any sort of decent condition is probably still going to be 600,000 or more.
Okay, thank you. And then the lease to purchase option, the 7 versus 10 year, those I'm assuming are all new engines. And
Yeah.
and then what's the down payment on getting that if we did go lease to purchase?
So those ones, and it depends on what route you go. The one I have before me now, that would be, you make the purchase, you would pay for the chassis down payment.
Okay, I see.
Number.
Sorry, the second page, the letter. That's the lease to purchase option on the letterhead from Rosenbauer.
Well, there's an actual purchase option there.
Okay.
From Rosenbauer, that's the price quote. But the actual payment, the 7 or 10 year payments, the 7 year is roughly 200,000 a year, or the 10 year is about 150,000 a year, and that would be after the chassis payment, the initial chassis payment. But again, if you wanted to explore those options, that's something that we would work with, because these were the numbers that were given to Hollister, given Hollister's current situation, which San Juan Bautista may qualify for more options than we do currently.
Is that based on our size?
Based upon the availability of CAFR's reports and what financial data we have not processed, and so our limited financing options.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Does anybody here know when we paid off? I guess you said it was a grant for the existing rig, so that we haven't been paying on that for a while. We've never paid on it. Are there more grants? Are there new grants? And then I know we're not prepared to talk to this now, but my request and direction would be for y'all to get together and present the least bad financing option.
Yeah,
not going to be good.
There are grants for fire apparatus. They're usually pretty hard to come by. That's not to say they're not impossible. San Juan would have a better chance qualifying than perhaps Hollister would, but they are very limited in the ones that they do, and a lot of times they go more towards volunteer fire departments that are actually in a worse financial situation than what San Juan Bautista would be in. And I know we've been talking about this since I've been here the last year and a half. I started talking to Don Reynolds when I got here. Our issue is, for a grant, you wouldn't be able to lock in this price. You'd have to apply for the grant and then purchase it afterwards, which may incur some sort of increase, at least $30,000 to $50,000 or more if you didn't get it.
Thank you. I'm going to throw a little hitch in your giddy up. Sorry. Thought about this while we're having a conversation. And to Councilmember Friel's statement, I'm thrilled that San Juan gets to contribute an engine and a house to the city of Hollister without any recognition for that. What if San Juan didn't buy an engine?
Then at some point, per your contract, we would exceed the repairability of your engine, and then can't speak to what that would mean, but you guys would not have an engine in service, and we would have to find alternate means of servicing you.
The city of Hollister would have to find alternate means?
Yeah, our contract actually states that at any single repair, which given the transmission potentially could be it, but any single repair that exceeds $10,000 or the value of the apparatus, then we're no longer obligated to repair that engine. And currently, out of the 3 Hollister fire stations, Hollister owns the Type 1 engines in all those. And so where that leaves Station 4, I couldn't tell you. That would be a much longer, deeper conversation for how to provide service out of San Juan Bautista and what that would look like if that meant we put a Type 6 running out of here instead of a Type 1 or some other apparatus.
So the city of Hollister would have to find some vehicle to put in our garage.
That would, without going down that, I per our contract, we're no longer required to repair it after a certain
Totally
amount.
understand that. Yeah, it's broken
And so
down.
at that point, Hollister wouldn't have the ability to buy another fire engine for you. So we would probably take a much lower capacity apparatus and put it in place here. And then if you had a structure fire in San Juan Bautista, we would not have a sufficient equipment to provide that service because we wouldn't have the apparatus to provide it. You'd be waiting for an engine from Hollister to come here to put out a structure fire.
Understood. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
No speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anything else from the council? Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
So,
Oh, you need us to,
yes, direction is what I'm
Something.
seeking.
some type of direction. Get out. So I guess we would like to see what it is for leasing. The least bad financing option. Yeah. Checking out leases and whatever we can do. I don't know who looks at grants, whether it's us or well, probably us, because it would be easier for the city of San Juan to get a grant with the understanding that it's going to cost a little bit more. But yeah, if you can look at leasing.
And Mayor, can I add
Yeah.
something? Can you also just for due diligence, for the public, can we also just pull whatever it would be to get a used fire truck from another city, just have it there and just give us our, just to have it and say,
I could bring back, but understanding that's a very vast and quick moving thing. So when I come next month, if you say, what is available and I show you what's available, it may not be available the next day. That's because of the way it works.
Just to compare out.
Right.
Yeah, I can bring you like a sample. But
sample,
if
yeah.
you guys said, "Oh, we like that, and we want that."
I just want to
typically-
know, like you were saying, it's $1 million for this, for a new one, lease, whatever, but a used one,
Yeah.
but it might not last long. What are
Yeah.
our options?
Just for comparison's sake, the Type 6 engines that we have, which is what 644 is, the grass rig, those are now $500,000 to buy. And even if you're buying them used, they're up around $500,000 to buy one of those a couple years old. So
I just want to ask one question of you. Do you want to trust somebody else's problem that they discarded if you're in danger or your house is on fire?
Yeah, I agree with you. I just wanted to have it so
I just wanted to be able to say to the public, hey, we're looking at all our options.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Easy
I
enough.
agree with you.
FireEngineTrader.com. It's you can
For
see
you
it.
and myself, is if my house caught on fire. But I also understand that we don't have all the money in the world here either in San Juan, right? So I want to be mindful of our budget as well. So whether that means just comparing things, that's great. I just want it out there to the public that we actually did look and we did our due diligence.
Due diligence.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you. Have a good night. Update on the 2025 Dia de los Muertos event.
Okay, we're gonna give you a quick update, and I'll introduce Jasmine again. She'll give you the good stuff, and then I'll close it.
I get to do the fun part. All right. So on November 1st and 2nd, we had the Dia de los Muertos celebration here in San Juan Bautista. On November 1st, it was in partnership with the San Juan Foundation, El Teatro, Old Mission San Juan Bautista, and California State Parks. And I have a little presentation. So as you can see, this was on Saturday. These are some of the groups that performed at the event. And we also had a ofrenda that was on display as well that we're hoping to expand next year. Oh, thank you. Next slide, please. And then we had the procession that took place with the community involved. Very beautiful. One of the youth performing groups led the procession that ended back down on Washington, where it ended with another performance on the stage. On the second day, on November 2nd, the festivities continued at El Teatro. There were theatrical performances, altar exhibits, and more food vendors. And as you can see, they had some community ofrendas on display, as well as other activities to partake in. Second slide, please. Thank you. And then they also concluded with their procession as well. So this is an event that we're hoping to continue on an annual basis. It brought together a lot of community members, a lot of organizations, and it definitely, fostered the sense of pride here in San Juan Bautista. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Bad news?
No, it's not bad news, but did you just say that? No. Oh, okay. All right. So there's just a fiscal impact. I brought this resolution as far as what it, I just want to let you know what it looked like when we do partner and we do offer in-kind services to, our partners in the community, which we want to continue to do. This particular event, the total estimated fiscal impact was $11,000, consistent of approximately $10,250 in in-kind services. That's staff time. So that counts for my time and probably half the city's staff. So we all pitched in on this. And so that meant that we did not pay any overtime, in case you're wondering. So our staff was gracious enough to switch time for time, days for days. But at the end of the day, this is our fiscal impact. And that includes road signs, barriers, office supplies, and everything else that the city absorbed during this event. So again, this is probably going to be one of our most costly events. So I do suggest that we start, budgeting for next year. This is another one of those items that we should probably budget for. The next major event's going to be the Christmas lights with partnership with the Rotary. And then following that will be another Rotary event will be the Rainbow Run. So those are the three major ones as of now. And again, at the end of those, we'll also bring the fiscal impact to you, so you know. Any questions about this particular event?
Thank you very much. Councilmember Aranda.
No, other than I just wanted to say I did get to attend the San Juan Dia de los Muertos event. And to be honest, I thought it was a beautiful event. It was great to see everyone's, we're practically celebrating culture, right? And remembrance and community and all I can say is thank you to the staff, thank you to everyone that put in time into this event. It was truly magical to see the town alive, and it was also great to see a lot of they're not agencies, but all the organizations like the church and the city and everyone getting together to pull this off. And I understand that the physical impact might sound a little high, but I think it's great to see the city actually stepping in and finally working with our local organizations. And from what I've been hearing, it's been positive. I've been hearing so many such great feedback that it's easy working with you guys, and I love seeing that. And so hopefully we can budget for future events to do some type of in-kind services, or we figure out how to get that at a lower cost or something. But thank you again to everyone who participated and volunteered.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
No, to me, everything seemed like it, went well. I popped into the VFW. They had a really nice celebration down there. They did well, which is huge for them. And now everybody, hold on. I'm happy I get to say this. I haven't heard a single complaint. So don't anybody fall out of your chair. So yeah, and I seem to take the beating when I'm out on my walks. So good deal. So no, it was, yeah, and the pageantry of it all is just amazing. I don't see how they can get those young ladies to sit there for so long to put all that stuff on. I mean, that's impressive. So that's dedication. So yeah, cool. Hopefully it's becomes a destination for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
It was beautiful. I missed some of it, but I will be there for the entire celebration next year. I did go to Teatro Campesino. I also went to the cemetery. There was a dedication there with the Aztec dancers. I think, I have to say I'm not real worried about the fiscal impact, 10K. I think, we as a city, I feel like we should be on the giving end for our residents. We ask a lot of our residents, we've had a lot of expensive projects, our water, our sewer rates went up. A lot of things go up, and I think this is really a kind way to show, I think, honor our history and culture, but also give back to the residents. I think it was wonderful, and I think that's I'm not concerned about that. Whoops. So anyway, thank you for all the hard work everyone did to put this together. Oh, question. I heard there was some donations from Taylor Farms. Is that true? I think it was when Roy gave us the initial proposal back in maybe September, or maybe it was Dan, somebody about Taylor Farms, or we had some donations. Does anyone remember that?
We haven't received a full accounting of donations as of yet. It's one of the things that Dan DeVries is working on. But I can tell you that Driscoll Farms donated about 20 hay bales for seeding, which was fantastic. They dropped them off and then they came and picked them up. So it was fantastic.
Wow. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I, for one, will always be worried about the fiscal impact and financial impact.
Yeah.
That's not sourpuss. That's financial and fiscal responsibility.
Absolutely.
$10,000 is not a little money. I don't care how much even if we're a big city, it's a lot of money. And so, and with that being said, knowing that came, from our staff, it's extremely generous. It's nice. It goes to show that the type of organization that has been hired and built and grown by mostly y'all two around here, and I appreciate that. So that should not be underappreciated. It's great to see us being able to put on things like this. We should budget for it and be responsible, or fiscally responsible around this. It's the kind of thing where local businesses and things will reap benefits of the city being able to put in and chip in these ways, but that should not be the only way that we can generate more businesses or have better things around. Beautiful photos, beautiful event. It's great. Can't wait to see the under the hood afterwards, the after action report with all the full financials and all the things.
Thank you. Thanks to Dan DeVries. This was his brainchild. And the city 100% stepped up, and it was an amazing event. Councilmember Friel said he didn't hear one bad thing, which is incredible for an event in San Juan for that to occur or not occur. We threw Jasmine and Ariel and Victor into the fire. Welcome to San Juan Bautista. We appreciate you. Thank you for staying. Ashley and Roy were there 100% all day. It was truly an amazing collaboration. Some of the photographs that were shown were just beautiful. I mean, I witnessed the whole entire thing, but when you see it documented in photographs, it was incredible. Yeah, new ideas for next year. I'm thrilled that the city is on board with continuing this. I too am a wee bit concerned about fiscal responsibility when we're looking at $1 million plus fire engine. So to budget for this in the future is paramount. But golly, what an event! Appreciate, and Public Works were there all day long, and they were doing the grunt work, and they had smiles on their faces. Who does that? It was, and none of them were painted, by the way. But super cool. What an amazing event that was pulled together. That was pulled together. Awesome. Thank you. We appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Just listening to everybody's, I went around town and heard, how much cooperation there was with everybody, and and pulling in the state park was like, a home run. It's like, wow, the state park. It reminds me of when Jackie and I were younger and we grew up in this town. That's how it was all the time. There was no riff. I mean, everybody did this same, exactly what you all pulled off. So it just kind of reminded me back the days of our pageants and the Fiesta Rodeo and the flea market and things like that. So it was good to see. I felt good about it, and I appreciate all the hard work, all of our staff did. And yeah, Danny, Joey, he jumped in there. So yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, an amazing collaboration between groups that typically you don't hear in the same sentence. The state park, the mission, the Diocese of Monterey, the Teatro, the city. It was incredible. And places who typically don't do events on the same weekend as an event had events that did amazingly well. Our merchants stayed open. Every nook and cranny that could have a pop-up of some type had a pop-up of some type. The VFW had their own thing going on. So everybody who came into the city or lived in the city had something or nothing to do at all. And it was amazing.
The Native Daughters, Shauna said they had
The Native Daughters did something.
close to 100 kids doing
Yeah.
pumpkin
decorations. Yeah, it was super cool. Bigger and better, onward and upwards. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
No speaker cards received and no hands raised on Zoom, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you both for the presentation. Consent agenda in 9 words or less. Would anybody from the council like to pull an item on the consent agenda? Sorry, Councilmember Aranda.
No.
Councilmember Friels.
No, thanks.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, can we pull item E for discussion, please?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Item D, please.
Thank you. Would any members of the public wish to pull any items on the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I do have a public comment that was submitted for item E.
Okay. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve item A, B, C, F, G, H, and I?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Aranda. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Yeah.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. First item pulled was E by Councilmember Morris Lopez, and a public comment on said agenda item. Historic Preservation Service Agreement Amendment Number 1 with Rincon Consulting. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes. I just wanted to pull that item for discussion. We at one time, because we are, we have national registered historic structures on our main street. We are a historic town. I don't have to get into all that detail. We're all really aware of it. So I think it's a great move that we did contract with Rincon because their specialty is in historic preservation and codes and whatnot. That isn't the issue or concern, not even a concern I have. That's wonderful. We did have a previously one individual that was a historical architecture. I believe it was Meg Clovis, but she retired. So we went with this firm. The only reason why I'm bringing it up is that they're getting ready to do some public engagement and work closely with our HRB, the Historic Resource Board, and the Planning Commission, but probably primarily with the HRB, but still planning comes into play. I just want to address that I feel that there is a need for a community seat on that composure of the board when they get into the details of discussion and addressing issues. I believe they have a detailed report on, they reviewed our Historic Resource Board ordinances, and they're cleaning them up in means of making them a little bit more simpler, easier to enact and follow. That we needed, but I also feel it's important to have a community member on this part of this committee. And I believe that there is only community engagement, but I'd like to have an actual community seat, a representative on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to read the public? Oh, sorry. What? Oh, yeah, who pulled it? Yes, so we're on public comment now.
Okay. Do you want to time me?
Working.
Oh, I'm not going to read. I'm just going to read the first page.
Okay, go ahead.
To all the members of the San Juan Bautista City Council from Caravang, subject Rincon Services Agreement comment. The proposal for a subcommittee to review Rincon's preservation ordinance amendment should include interested members of the public and not be limited to solely one member of the HRB, PC, and City Council. Experienced public members who have served on the HRB can provide useful insights in drafting an amended ordinance. I also resubmit my comments to the May 13, 2025 Rincon presentation, and she attached two pages, which I'm not going to read. The City Council had an opportunity to see that during our during that May meeting. That's it.
Thank you. The recommendation is to authorize the city manager to execute amendment number 1 for professional services with Rincon Consulting Services for historic preservation purposes. And Councilmember Morris Lopez wanted to add that a committee be a member of the council, a member of the planning commission.
And a member of the public.
Is that what we're acting on tonight?
Is that
tonight-
in the contract? I didn't see it in the
I thought tonight it
contract.
was just to authorize the contract.
Right, we're authorizing the contract.
Right, tonight is just
I-
to authorize
and I
the
didn't-
amendment to the contract. There is some information in the packet tonight about their work, and they do have some upcoming work on historic preservation. If the question, I can bring back their specifically their proposal, and we can walk through that at our next meeting. But tonight, so it may have caused a little bit of confusion. A part of their contracted work in this fiscal year or this year of their contract and in the next is to begin work on the historic preservation ordinance. They have proposed a
okay.
series of meetings. So I understand from Councilmember Morris Lopez regarding the subcommittee, that work has not begun. I understand what you're asking me to do, and I can most certainly work with staff and bring back a proposal for what that subcommittee will look like. Since no work has begun, we're still in the very early stages, we can most certainly bring that back for discussion.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure that it's understood that that's a request. If the rest of the council, once it's presented, agrees to that. But I think it would be really behoove us to have someone in the community that is interested in participating to have full representation.
And we'll look at that. The council will look at that if and when this comes up again. So I'd like a motion on authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 1 for professional services with Rincon Consulting Services for historic preservation purposes.
So moved.
I'll
Thank you.
second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Item D, authorizing the closure of streets for certain special events in 2025, 2026. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
There were no maps for me to review in my packet for these closures. That was if other people got them, I didn't get maps.
They were not included. They were left out by accident, but we can send those out if you guys like, or
Well, this has to
maybe
be,
table that has to be approved.
this has to be looked
tonight.
at this
Yeah.
evening because of the Holiday of Lights Parade, which is December 6th.
Well, can this,
Do we have that map?
I'm asking our assistant to the city manager.
I do have the map. I'd have to go look for it, but I can tell you for the Holiday Lights Parade, it's going to be there's going to be a street closure from Franklin Street. I'm sorry. It's going to be 3rd Street, beginning at the Alameda, all the way down to McCollum. So that entire street's going to be blocked off. The issue with this year's Holiday Lights Parade is that the parking lot that they once used to park all the floats and everything like that is now not available because of the school construction zone. So now we're allowing the floats and all the other cars to park 2 blocks before the actual start of the parade. So we're going to be blocking that off. So it's just going to be 3rd Street for the holiday parade.
sweet.
And the mission run race, can we separate them out if one's not as time?
Do we have time to take out?
Yes.
Yes.
In
It's
January.
not until January.
It's going to be on New Year's Eve.
January
Good.
31st.
Yeah, New Year's Eve. Oh, no, sorry. Thinking of the Greek calendar.
We can push that.
Yeah, because it'd be nice to see their route.
We can push that?
Yes.
Okay. And just ensuring that if it involves county, that they're also included on this. Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to approve a resolution authorizing street closures for the Rotary Holiday of Lights Parade on December 6th, and then have the annual Rotary Mission 10K on January 1st come before the council in December?
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, do you want to make an amendment to the motion as stated by the mayor?
Yes, January 31st, not 1st.
Thank you. Amended by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
But I thought you wanted to remove that and just approve the,
That's what she said.
Yeah,
okay.
we're gonna, the motion, asking for a motion for the December 6th Holiday of Lights Parade.
And that's it.
And that's it. And we'll address the other one in.
Tabled for the next meeting.
Tabled for December's meeting. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Aranda. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda?
Yes.
Councilmember Fields?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Action items. A request from Meritage Homes to extend the term of Rancho Vista reimbursement agreement. City manager, I did?
Yep. Over F, G, and H. Oh, guess we approved those, right?
Yes,
Okay,
that's in the
sorry.
consent agenda.
My mistake.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. I do have some slides we're going to show you. So just give us a second to get those loaded. Awesome. So just to repeat, tonight's item concerns Meritage Homes' request for the council to consider extending the term of the 2021 Rancho Vista reimbursement agreement. I'll briefly walk you through the agreement structure, status of reimbursements, and the requests before you tonight. Staff is seeking council direction on whether to proceed with preparation of an amendment or retain the existing terms of the agreement. And I believe, I could be wrong about this, but I believe that Mr. Edward Cornejo, Vice President of Land Development with Meritage, is attending virtually this evening and is available to answer any questions that you may have. I'm not sure if he's on there, but he was invited, so I'm just make a note. Okay. All right. So the reimbursement agreement was executed on August 23 of 2021, and it allows Meritage to be reimbursed for eligible public improvement costs over a 10-year period or until reimbursed in full, consistent with Section 2.1 of the reimbursement agreement. The reimbursements are strictly limited to eligible traffic impact fee revenues collected under the city's Mitigation Fee Act program. Other fee sources are not eligible for reimbursement. The agreement currently expires on August 23 of 2031 unless costs are fully reimbursed sooner. So Finance completed a review of our traffic impact fee activity tied to this agreement. And to date, the city has collected $5,825.95 in eligible fees within the authorized collection period. Future reimbursement under this agreement depends solely on the amount of traffic impact fees the city collects between now and 2031. If additional development occurs, the city will continue to remit eligible fees to Meritage consistent with the agreement. And then the current reimbursement balance reflects, just for the benefit of the public, the current reimbursement balance reflects the slower than anticipated pace of new development citywide. So Meritage has expressed concern that the level of development anticipated when the agreement was executed has not materialized, limiting the reimbursement potential. Given the limited free revenue to date, Meritage is requesting an extension of the reimbursement period beyond the 10-year window defined in the contract. Their request is intended to allow additional time for fee-generating development to occur and for additional eligible traffic impact fees to be collected. So, council consideration. The agreement does not allow for the collection period to be extended administratively, so any amendment must be approved by the council. So the options tonight: 1, direct staff to draft an amendment extending the reimbursement term for consideration at a future meeting, or 2, decline the request and retain the current 10-year collection window, which expires August 23 of 2031, or 3, provide an alternative direction, such as requesting further analysis or negotiation. And then obviously staff, city attorney and I are here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, sorry, before I proceed, I think this will be a question for our attorney. I currently live in the Meritage development. Am I allowed to? Okay. Sweet. I just wanted to confirm. I didn't hear anything, but I just want to make sure.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Sweet. Thank you. I'm in favor of declining it. I mean, it's not our fault that, development didn't materialize. So that's the only comment I have. I don't see why we need to extend it another, what was it, 10 years? So that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
If we decline to extend the agreement, does that put us on the hook to pay for it right away?
I will defer to the city attorney on this one.
Make sure I understand.
On number 2, if we decline to extend the agreement, does that mean we need to make sure it's paid off as the current agreement is written? Okay. Oh, okay. Which would be, sorry, the second choice?
We'll come back to you. Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Okay, just for the edification for the public, can you outline the expense of the roundabout? Because that's contingent on the contract was Meritage Homes. It was contingent on, at that time, it was a whole different city council, was a whole different city manager. There perhaps were plans in the pipeline for more development. So all of that was based on it. So for me, this kind of reads like buyer's remorse. And so what is the price tag for the edification of the public of that roundabout?
So the roundabout was approximately $1.3 million fully funded by Meritage. The reimbursement agreement that the city signed in 2021, the city agreed to reimburse approximately 50% of that costs. So according to our records, the price tag for the city right now is $611,000 approximately.
Okay, and so far we've collected a little under $6,000.
Correct.
And that's been since 2021. We came up with the contract. They signed it. We had no control over this. And just for my observation, I'm not an engineer, but it seems like the price tag was excessive for that little roundabout. It's a one-lane roundabout. It doesn't seem like it's anything extra special. It does its job, although sometimes it doesn't do its job when trucks try to pass, as we all know, but it just seems extremely expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
My only question is confirming that there weren't any contractual promises around future development. Like we didn't make any promissory statements around, hey, this is there will be future development, so this will get paid.
Light on.
None of us were here when that agreement was signed. We're not aware that any promises other that the written terms of the agreement will control.
Yeah, I don't mean verbal promises. Obviously, none of us are here, but there are no contractual promises.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
If I might just add, our lovely planning manager did some research in the early planning phases at the planning commission level. A condition of approval for the Rancho Vista development was the roundabout.
Mhm.
So very early on, the city had been talking with the developer regarding the roundabout.
Councilmember Friels?
Yeah. Sorry. Trust me, I'm not contagious. As you can tell, I have a knot on my nose and what's left of a black eye. I had a little motorcycle accident a couple days ago, so everything's kind of starting to drain right now. It was embarrassing. Hurt like hell too. Yeah. Back to so number 2, if we decline to extend the agreement, then because we're not going to have any more massive development. I mean, we're not going to, not if the, if the has go back to the sphere of influence or urban growth boundary does get finally passed. I mean, we're going to be at a standstill for a while on just doing infill. So, this is it's weird. It's a weird contract. But we don't have we don't have any way to pay it because we're not going to have development. So, yeah, so I guess we don't have to. And then if this is out of line too, and for some reason, if we do in the future have some big development for people, past when we're off this council, don't ever enter into a ridiculous agreement like this. I mean,
Made out.
this is ridiculous. I mean, the project, it was a condition of approval of the project to put a roundabout in there and we're paying for it? This is stupid. This is like that turn lane. We're going to end up paying for that too. So that's just the whole thing irks me. But yeah, I guess, sorry, Meritage, you won't go broke. Trust me, you're massive.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. With a thought of potential development and potential for hundreds and thousands of dollars, way to go and put that in a contract. That never came to fruition or might not come to fruition in the next 6 years. Whatever comes, but I'm not in favor at all of extending an agreement that was previously made. It's contagious. Or provide alternative direction. The contract expires on August 23, 2031. I'm all for letting it run its course. Do we have any public comment?
No speaker cards received and seeing no hands raised, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Back to the council, anything? Thank you. Ooh. I'd like to
Mayor-
Get him,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
was there a vote there?
No, I'm working on that now.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. It's taking me a second on this one. A motion to deny the request and retain the existing agreement term, which expires August 23rd, 2031,
To not extend, right? Or extend, sorry.
which will expire on August 23rd, 2031.
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. May I have a motion? I mean, a roll call. Just had to make sure I got the right one.
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. The next item is to request a fee waiver for the commemorative bench, and I have to hang on, I have language somewhere or not, recuse myself from this agenda item, as I am on the Spirit of San Juan committee. So if somebody will get me when they're done, take over there, Mayor Pro Tem.
Do I have to wait till you walk all the way out? Can I start reading? Córrele. Give me a second. I want to make sure I don't say the wrong thing, get in trouble with Liz. So for this request for a fee waiver for a commemorative bench, we will be receiving a report from Jerry Seguinati, our city engineer with M&S. This is to consider the request from the Spirit of San Juan Bautista to waive city-controlled encroachment-related fees for the installation of a commemorative bench honoring Richard Ponce.
Yes. Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia. Good evening, Council. Jerry Sangonetti, as mentioned with M&S. Up for your consideration this evening is a request from the Spirit of San Juan Bautista to waive $450 in city-related encroachment fees for a commemorative bench honoring Mr. Richard Ponce. The bench is to be located on the 3rd Street sidewalk adjacent to Anaka's restaurant. The bench location and design have been reviewed and approved by the Historic Resources Board, the Planning Commission, and Rincon Consultants. Total project costs to date are $2,450, of which the city has absorbed $2,000, $1,500 for Rincon Consultants' historic review, and an additional $500 in related city staff time. This action pertains only to the remaining $450 in city encroachment fees and does not affect any planning or historic review fees established by ordinance or fee schedule. I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, we'll start with council member questions. Councilmember Aranda.
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. For me, I'm in favor of waiving the fees. I think Spirit of San Juan has done a really good job at just doing really great things for the community. And Richard Ponce was the guy. I had the pleasure of speaking with Mike Ponce, his son, today, and going over a brief story about what his father had done for this community. Trying to get a monument sign going. I know it never got completed, but helping with the rodeo and or the rodeo, sorry. And creating the Spirit of San Juan. I know it wasn't called that. I think it was like the San Juan Committee or something like that back in the day. But he had a big part in reviving the flea market and was just a really great philanthropist overall. And so I think adding I can't even say the word either. Commemorative bench I think is a fantastic idea. I know we have observed $2,000 worth of fees, or if you want to call it in-kind services or whatever, but at $450, I just, why not? And to honor someone that's done really good things for this community. So you know, that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Councilmember Friels.
That 2450, that's what the city absorbed for this project?
2,000.
The city absorbed 2,000 for it?
Correct. The 450 is at your discretion at this time.
Oh, I see. That's the add to the, okay. Okay. And we're just, all we're voting on is the, is waiving the 450. It's not declining the bench. It's just
Exactly.
waiving.
The bench has already been approved. It's already been through historic review. Planning
Okay.
Commission has already deemed it appropriate and looked at the design features. So everything is done. This final piece is just involves permit costs.
Okay. And really, so if a bench is put in there at that location, is it going to cost the city $450 to modify anything around the sidewalk or the location to make sure the bench is safe and secure?
Jerry, can you speak to installation?
Yeah, no, the installation should be a standard installation for any kind of bench. So we would be obviously drilling into the existing concrete and securing it, but that would be the extent of it. So no other challenges related to the installation of the bench.
And the sidewalk, everything's ADA compliant, the whole work. So, I mean, truly, the 450 is just a monetary number that the city's charging for being able to put a bench on the sidewalk.
The breakdown of the 450 is the application fee, the engineering review that had to happen, the agency reviews, public works review, totaled $450 for all the staff time.
Jeez. Now you see why we need to clean up our historic resource stuff. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Mayor. I also want to say that, you know, I go way back, growing up with the Ponce family and Mr. Richard Ponce being an active community member. I think it's very fitting that this commemorative bench is being approved. And the placement of it is really, really something special. It's actually in the location next to a building that housed the family Mexican restaurant called La Cocina de Ponce. And I also shared some stories today with his son, Michael. And I guess the grandpa, Mr. Ponce, I remember him, he kind of looked like you, Michael, or you look like him. He was much thinner. And so, but he was such a cute little man. And I remember your grandma, Trini, and your grandpa put like, I guess he put a flower box there. And so I remember it was really colorful when I was a kid, now that you mention it today, and there were flowers that he would grow in it. And in order for people not to sit on the edge of the flower box because there was lacking a bench, he put some nails in it all around the perimeter of the flower box. So it just shows that there is need for another sitting place, and what an honor to have this bench for your dad. I feel the $450 in comparison to the man hours that this community member, Mr. Ponce, put in over all those years. He revived the antique fair in 2007. That was another integral part of our growing up here, right, Scott? I mean, we all lived for that event. I mean, I was a kid. I mean, I wasn't going to buy antiques at 10 years old, but it was just the idea that that was a fun event that came to town every August. Your dad revived it. And hopefully we can, I don't know if we'll ever get it back to that because people these days shop at IKEA. So, but it's just, I think, a wonderful thing. And going back to the original request to waive the fee, I have to say, yes, I waive the fee. Some might think, well, other people are going to come up before us. That's why we're here. Let them come before us, and at our discretion, we can have discussions. We just financed an entire Dia de los Muertos event to the tune of $11,000. And I think 450 isn't small in comparison. Thank you.
I don't have any comments or questions there. I want to make sure we're clear on, I guess I have a comment. This is only just making sure we're on this all on the same page. This is just a fee waiver. We're not approving a bench or anything like that. All that's already taken care of.
Correct.
Thought and consideration going into that.
That's
Definitely.
correct.
Yeah, we're just talking about fees here. Got bullet points here. Distracting me. At this point, we open up for public comment.
Bob Quaid, you have 3 minutes.
So what I was going to say was pretty much been said already by Jackie and Jose, because talking to Michael. But I'm here representing the Spirit of San Juan that's putting the bench. And so, yeah, the bench has been approved by the Planning Commission. We went through the process. And Joe Claus is a local craftsman here in town, is the one building the bench. And it will be installed, but just be bolted to the sidewalk. And Joe has agreed to maintain the bench for us in the future. So the bench will be maintained by the Spirit of San Juan. So we're commemorating someone in the community that really supported the community and was there for the community and raised a son along with Rachel that is now supporting the community. So it's just memory of Ponce's. But thank you.
We have a Zoom public comment. Ms. Wanda Guibert, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Wanda Guibert of the San Juan Bautista Historical Society and Spirit of San Juan. Yeah, Richard Ponce was he was a native son. He loved San Juan. He spent all his time trying to improve San Juan. And I think this commemorative bench will be a great honor to him and to the town because it will be an artisan crafted bench. I counted, there are 20 benches downtown that apparently were not approved, did not require approval at that time. So I think that this will be a great addition to the downtown, and I hope you'll approve it and I hope you'll approve waiving the fees. Thank you.
Additional council member comments?
Yeah, I just want to say one last thing where the Spirit of San Juan, they do a lot of great things for our community and they do a lot of things in the back end and they do it, they volunteer their time, they do all these things and they don't charge the city. And so for me to try to give something back to them to say thank you, $450 to waive that fee, I don't have an issue. So thank you, Spirit of San Juan, for getting this going and making it happen.
Additional comments? Councilmember Frios?
Other than Ponce's restaurant had the best enchiladas I've ever had in my life.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yeah, I just want to say once again, thank you to Mr. Ponce and his family, and Michael can carry on his torch of he was just awarded an annual philanthropist. So congratulations to his dad and to him and his mom who's here. And also reiterating what Councilmember Aranda said, thank you to this nonprofit group. They may be small, but they're mighty, the Spirit of San Juan and all the work they do on the back end. And we appreciate them. Thank you. And all the other nonprofits.
All right. Can I get a motion approving the Spirit of San Juan Bautista's request to waive city-controlled encroachment-related fees for the installation of a commemorative bench honoring Richard Ponce?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion approved by Councilmember Morris Lopez, seconded by Councilmember Aranda. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Aranda?
Yes.
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
Yes.
Motion carried.
I can go get the
Somebody
mayor.
go get that lady so we can go home.
Oh, you got it.
Hey, we don't.
Thank you. Historic Resources Board Planning Commission vacancy. You going, me going?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the committee met, the ad hoc committee met, the city sent out invitations to folks who had previously applied. We had the ad hoc committee interviewed one person. And our recommendation, are we going right into recommendation? Our recommendation would be to, although the applicant who applied, we appreciate the application and the persistence to come on board. We want to open the pool to a little wider community. So if that's the will of the council, we'd like to do one more round, sending it out to the community for somebody to, for others to reply, to respond, and hopefully have somebody in place by the Planning Commission meeting in January. Councilmember Rondo,
I'm for it.
Councilmember Friels, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Okay, I just want to remind you that I had brought up this very issue before the last city council meeting, that we should just open it up. And I believe it was like, let's narrow in the hunt because we need to have a member before, November's meeting. So I'm not quite understanding. You have an applicant who went through the process last time. And what is the reason that we're not considering that applicant?
We'd like to open it up to further applicants.
You cannot name the applicant here, I'm assuming. Okay.
I don't either.
Well, because I can go back and recall the applicants in the process. And
So the recommendation of the ad hoc is to
okay,
open it up.
okay. And you have one member or one applicant that you are pulling from, that you had, and you want to open it up because there wasn't more than one individual?
There were a couple of members from the community who had previously applied, and we worked on that pool, and we interviewed one person, and we'd like to open it up.
So this
round.
second person, excuse me, for asking questions. So out of the two, only one person went and interviewed again?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the reason for the other? Just not interested?
No response.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
No questions.
Thank you.
All for opening it back up.
Okay. We are going to, it's the recommendation of the council to open it up one more time for appoint by the December meeting to fill the seat for the January meeting. So if our city clerk can send it out.
Yes.
Can I have a motion?
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, Mayor.
We need public comment as well.
Yeah, but could I ask a question first? What's the period that you would like to open the vacancy or the application period? On the 20th? Is it the 20th or the 16th of December?
16th of December?
Yes.
So, yeah, we'll open it up until the 10th, have interviews on the 11th and 12th. So we'll open up the application
Starting tomorrow
until December 10th. And we'll have interviews on the 11th and the 12th and present to the council on the 16th.
and I'm assuming you're keeping the same ad hoc committee that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Just
Oh,
for
public comment.
clarification, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Although there's
I
no
did
speaker
say that.
card, there's no speaker cards and we have no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda,
Yes.
Councilmember Frios.
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Informational items, city manager report. We're gonna do this.
I promise I won't be as long-winded as last time. Okay. Here is my city manager's report. This kind of covers activities from mid-October to around about now. I'm going to highlight one more time for the benefit of the public, our awesome new hires who are doing fantastic work, who jumped right in. It's like they've been here all along, and I cannot express my gratitude. It is just amazing the work that they're doing. So, okay, just say they need to, yes, they are, we, okay, all right, I won't come up with any more metaphors. All right. So we have Ariel and Victor, Manny, oops, too many, I advanced far too many. Manny and Jasmine, both who are just rock stars in their respective careers, and appreciate all the work they're doing. Yeah, right. We got some good looking staff. All right. I don't know why. I'm going to stop using the. Okay. So this month we did a lot of interagency coordination and strategic partnerships, met with PG&E staff, Jasmine Venegas and Myra Guzman. And we just talked about available utility programs, talked about the potential for solar, and how PG&E could help support the city's energy efficiency and resilience efforts. Also attended the Water Resources Association meeting where the Mayor Pro Tem put me on the spot to report out on all of our water activities. So good on him. It was very interesting. It was very interesting meeting, but happy to be there. Also met with Cal Recycle representatives with the city of Hollister to talk about ways that we could continue our efforts to our recycling efforts with our using renewable paper and things of that nature. And then next slide. Okay. Sorry, my slides are a little out of order and it's my fault. I've been working with the city attorneys that we have on staff here and staff to continue to draft industrial wastewater user agreements. That is a huge part of our compliance effort. And it's important that we get it right. So we're working on that. Our staff is very engaged in getting that completed. So hopefully we're going to continue to move through that, and then I'll update you next month on where we are. We also held a formal kickoff meeting with Stantec and project managers for the water transmission pipeline design project. So that is moving, and we're really excited about that. We confirmed what the project expectations are, workflow, and design milestones. And then we're continuing to advance the wastewater regulatory compliance coordination with our partner agencies. We have a super awesome lobbying team at both the federal and state level, and you guys heard from them tonight. And they advocate for us on such an amazing level, and they keep San Juan Bautista at the top of mind and in the front of all of these representatives and their staff, and it's just an amazing effort. And I cannot thank Jason Brundy enough. When we were when the government shut down, we were kind of left a little flat-footed. What do we do with our USDA grant? We have all of these change orders, and he was instrumental in getting us before Senator Schiff's office, Lofgren's office, connecting us with the White House. He did so much work for us at the federal level, so can't thank him enough. That he was able to keep San Juan Bautista at the forefront of everyone's minds during the shutdown. And next, I attended, put my page around here. I had the great opportunity to attend the City Managers Conference in Florida, attended sessions on small city governance, infrastructure planning, and leadership development. It's a fantastic opportunity to meet other city managers and to connect and get some much needed training in. Held a meet and greet with the Hollister interim city manager, Jim Pia. It was great to meet him, talk about everything that's happened between the two cities and the county, and just to get to know him. So I super appreciate that opportunity. Also met with Chief Golding to discuss the status of Fire Engine 14 and the need for the city to purchase a new fire engine. So those discussions are ongoing. And I also participated in COGS TAC meeting on regional transportation initiatives. And then lastly, community engagement. I had the privilege of attending and participating in this year's Dia de los Muertos celebration in San Juan Bautista. It was an amazing event, and I cannot stress enough the power that was exhibited by everyone in the community. When we collaborate and we work together, what can happen? And I think it's a great example and something that we should aspire to do in all things in town. We're going to need each other to come together to solve a lot of our challenges that we face. And so was just an amazing event. Glad to be a part of it. Glad to be able to have staff here that could also do that. And that is a testament to the council and their wisdom. And so super appreciated being a part of it. And with that, let's see. So my near-term to-do lists have not changed from the last meeting, so I'm not going to run down the huge list. But as you can see, review the infill development plan is there. Advancing UGB and the LAFCO application, those things have been on my to-do list. They have to go in a particular order. So those, now that we have Ariel here, I'm sure we'll be moving those further along. Things that are not on this list that I'm gonna mention. We need to do a strategic planning session and update. We need to be very clear about our direction as a city and how that's tied to our budget. So we're going to take some time to do that, probably in January. We're also going to do a mid-year budget review. And so there's lots of work left to be done. So never fear, I'll be back.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Aranda.
Again, as always, thank you for everything you do. Great work. It's great to see all the the progress you and staff are making, and it's on top of that, great hires. It's a breath of fresh air. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you, City Manager. It feels like we have a really good team on board. And I agree that the little bit of the Dia de los Muertos events that I did attend, there's just like an overwhelming sense of community and positivity and almost like a spiritual that just kind of hung over it. It was really cool. How was Florida? That's my question.
Hot and humid.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia.
I had no questions. Thank you very much. Great work.
I don't either. What an what? What an amazing month it's been, and the accomplishments that have been rendered thus far are amazing. Look out there in the audience. That's all our staff right there. And Michael.
Michael's unpaid.
Our unpaid staff. And we appreciate you, Rachel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
Michael Ponce, 803 First Street.
Thank you,
I had
Michael.
one question for city manager on her to-do list, chloride compliance standards. I wonder if you can elaborate a little bit more on that. Is the city having to comply with that standards now, since we are sending our sewage to Hollister? Is it our problem or is it Hollister's problem? I was the assumption that once we sent it to Hollister, we don't have to follow standard or that standard anymore. And if you're making any progress in the compliance standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Thank you very much. We're going to do this. We are going to do this.
Stay on topic.
We're on B. We're on reports from city council representatives to regional organizations. Ay, Dios mío, I missed a whole section. Wait, what? Who messed up my thing?
I'm ready if you are.
Go,
All
go,
right,
go,
quick
go.
shout out to Michael Ponce on the Junior Giants. By the way, we met with San Francisco Giants representatives for last month. In 2026 is a go. We're ready to go for 2026 Junior Giants. Just wanted to put that out because we hadn't mentioned it. So thank you, Michael and Beth and a couple other people. And Jasmine also helped out. So yes, that's a go. That's a positive.
Could be.
No, not Junior Yankees, but okay. And then in my slideshow, you'll see some new slides. This is from the sheriff's office analyst that I mentioned in the last month's meeting. So they're a lot nicer than my bland white sheet. So these are nice. So sheriff's office, October 2025, calls for service. This will include citations, crime reports, registrants, both gang and arson, and the responsibility area, which I had never learned this, but our responsible area is area 11, which is basically the beat. It's beat 11 in the county for a sheriff's office deputy. So calls for service, there were 39 911 calls, 37 non-emergency calls, and that's a variety of different calls, from somebody calling in about a loose dog, a chicken crossing the road, or a rooster, stuff like that. I mean, you'd be surprised with calls for service, but that's what that includes. A mobile data computer, I'm not sure exactly what that is. I never got an answer for that. And then field initiated calls are if a deputy stops somebody during their route in beat 11 and just talks to them for any type of reason. Okay, I guess I'm up now. See you.
Thank you
bye.
very much. Next.
That's okay. And then, thanks, Mike. Now I know what you feel like. Uh, All right, total citations, there's another slide here. It's a nice breakdown. So it tells you where, the cross street, the violation, the description, and if there's a second violation, and also a description. So this is a lot nicer. Just kudos to the sheriff's office for this. And then reports taken, 13, and it gives you a graph here from a 72-hour hold, 5150 hold, which is a health and safety, mental health hold, basically. Camping, a coroner case, domestic violence, there was a spike, 3, which is a lot for our community. So, something to pay attention to. And from my past experience, usually you see those rise during the holiday season, during Thanksgiving, Christmas and stuff. It's just a normal stat for law enforcement whatsoever. So just a quick shout out to Rachel Barragan, who put this together, and I put her name, contact information in one of my slides, or her slides. And then any questions about law? Okay, cool.
No, but if you can thank the sheriff's department for doing this, this is super cool.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you.
And then fire summary, 2 fires all in the county. There was a grass fire northbound 101 near San Juan Road in Romas. Vehicle fire southbound 101 at Betterville. 12 medical calls, 9 vehicle accidents, 0 were in the city. No special events. And then they did 1 inspection of San Juan Unified School.
Can you let the chief know that he owes you some slides?
I'm sorry?
Let the chief know he owes you some slides.
Yes. And then just a quick slide on Public Works. They've been extremely busy. I mean, we've described all the help that they've done on with Dia de los Muertos. I know we keep talking about it, but the sheriff's office actually called me and said that they were a great help on Sunday. And we only had 2 staff members out there, but Desi said if it wasn't for those 2 staff guys closing streets and getting ahead of them while the procession was moving down, his job would have been extremely hard. So he wanted them recognized. So they assisted private company with locating city utility during their fiber cable installation project throughout the city. They're still doing that. There's tons of issues. We can talk about that at another time, but they're busy with that. Every day it seems like something is happening with that project, so they're super busy with that. They have started the annual storm drain cleaning, and then coordinated fence repair at the roundabout for the second one. That was the initial one that we got on the flock camera with the semi going through that fence. And then just a couple of weeks ago, we had the other semi that was coming into town that lost control. I was just backing out when he realized he couldn't come through town. So we are doing cost recovery for that as well. Obviously, CHP came out, took a report. We have all the insurance information, so we're following up on that as well for any type of damage to our city. And then developing maintenance schedule for Station 4. Since that's our responsibility, we recently just redid there was a gap in between the roll down doors, so they're securing that. So there was some issues with pest control, both in the back and in the front of the fire station. So they're taking care of all that. They're developing a checkoff list just to go through the station once a month and make sure that we're up to standards on that as well. And then they work with other city staff on Dia de los Muertos. So they've been busy. And then City Library, there was an uptick in patrons. They completed their yearly inventory of titles and materials, reviewed resumes for open library assistant positions, which they just conducted with Liz's help Friday and Saturday. Friday and Monday. They have 2 candidates, and we're hoping that maybe December 1st shooting for another hire there. So that's moving in the positive. And then there's also a wiring project going on for the library, which we're going to be doing a lot of the internet wiring. It's just kind of on the floor and all over the place. So same person that helped us here is going to do that project. So that's my report.
Thank you very much. No questions? Great. Kidding. Councilmember Aranda.
Yeah, I had a question. I'll make it quick. Where are we? I know we asked our last meeting. Where are we with the fees? Like, are we collecting fees and whatnot?
That is not my project anymore.
Who's in charge? Oh. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Frails.
Only that I'm looking at fire runs grand majority of them are in the county, maybe the county should be ponying up some money to help us buy a new fire engine since we're running their calls.
Agreed. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
We have to ask. Anyway, so you're not in charge of code violations and whatnot any longer?
No.
No. Okay. What do you do, Roy? No, I'm just kidding. So, okay, I can't ask you that question then. So we actually got the unhoused lady housed. That's looking good. I drove by there and there was a crew cleaning up the street.
Another local person assisted her, is what I heard.
Yes.
She was connected with county services, so I was hoping, I haven't got a
Mhm.
call back yet from county,
Mhm.
that she took advantage of that program.
Good.
Because I know she was connected with county
Perfect.
services.
And then we still have the gentleman out by county.
County jurisdiction.
Is county aware that he's there?
The sheriff's office is aware that he is there.
So who else needs to know from the county?
That's a
That's it?
county question.
You don't care? Okay. All
Your
right.
supervisor.
Thank you. Your supervisor.
Our supervisor,
Supervisor,
absolutely.
in all fairness.
Doesn't matter.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't either. Thank you very much. 5 minutes. Council reports. Public comment? Thank you. Thank you for that. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees and any other announcements you have.
I'll make it quick. I went to the AMBAG meeting. They just drafted our environmental impact report, which is good. So that's what we've probably been primarily focused on. So that'll be coming out soon, and then there'll be community engagement coming after that. So I'll have some dates at our next meeting. I also did go to the business council meeting. I had a great time. Got to see our mayor present about some key updates of the city and where we're at. So that was great. Participate in the community food bank event where we were able to package food for those that we thought their SNAP benefits would run out. So we went out there and passed out bags and whatnot. So that was really great. Participating in the Dia de los Muertos event. Thank you again, staff and everyone who participated. It was a great, amazing event. And also, I know it's not really city related, but Inaka is finally opened. Inaka Fusion, I'm sorry. Great restaurant, enjoyed it. So hopefully we'll start to see more people patronizing them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Did not make the AAA meeting for scheduling conflict. That's easier to say. It was nice that San Juan was represented not only by 4 council members at the philanthropist dinner, but a whole bunch of folks from the Spirit Squad, and we had some other folks there. I thought it was really odd that City Hollister had no representation, kind of concerning. Oh well, I'll be making the COG meeting on Thursday. I already talked to Banu. She's down. It's going to be quick and dirty, pretty good. And then what else I got going on? Probably a million things, but that's good. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yeah, the two meetings that I attend, believe I didn't go to COG again, or it was canceled. So Councilmember Friels is going to attend for me on this Thursday. I'll be away at a medical conference in Napa Valley. And then tomorrow there will be public engagement at Payne's at 5:30 to discuss Highway 25. The Caltrans people will be there. I attended the first one, I believe it was in September, August. So that if anyone can attend, it's tomorrow at 5:30. And COG is on Thursday. And I just wanted to, this is just to do a mention. We lost 3 community members. You know how they say that goes in threes. And I just want to call out their names and give just a brief statement about them. The first one that passed away was Chief Sonny Reyna. He was a longtime resident. He was a local guy, just like Mr. Ponce. He grew up here, the Reyna family. And at some point in his adult years, he embraced his Native American heritage and ran with that. And he was instrumental, along with his wife, in founding the World Market Festival that was held every Memorial Day. And for the last, I don't know, I want to venture to say, I'm not real sure, but at least that I'm aware of, at least 5 years, he was ill and was no longer living in his home and was in a nursing home. And he passed away earlier in October, I believe, maybe early November. And then after that, we had another longtime San Juaner, Mr. Donnie Lingo, who was a longtime resident of San Juan Bautista. His family knew my great grandmother and my grandmother. He was same ethnicity, Filipino Mexican family. We all kind of stuck together back in the day. He also was a waiter for Doña Esther's. So if you knew Donnie, he was a bingo aficionado. He would always have a smiling face. You'd always see him running around in the dining room at Doña Esther's. He passed away also. He was residing in a nursing home. And then the final and third community member that passed away was Mr. Max Martinez. He was a member of Teatro Campesino. He passed away, I believe, about a week ago. His later years, he was retired, but he was a local, gentleman that was part of the community. He played the role of Santa Claus for several years, and he made a really good one because he had this wonderful white beard, and his outfit was just gorgeous. And he would sit in a sleigh at the San Juan Bakery. They used to have photo ops there for the children. So he passed away, and he had been ill for a while. In fact, had moved out of the community to live with his adult son out of the area. But but those three gentlemen were very much part of our community, and condolences to their families and friends.
Donna Holmes is also on that list. Yeah. Longtime community member, trucking company family, just passed away. She was a Rotarian. Oh, that's a yucky way to end the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
I attended the Water Resources Board meeting. My only update was putting city manager on the spot. Also, it's 10 o'clock.
Thank you. I attended LAFCO. We have a community member and a public member and an alternate public member. Have had interviews with behavioral health on how they can better serve San Juan Bautista through our youth, elders, and LGBTQ plus community. Dia de los Muertos, National Philanthropy Day. Not only was Spirit of San Juan there, the Rotary was there, and somebody else, sorry. So San Juan was totally represented. Congratulations to all those who were nominated. I said that. The Community Food Bank is still looking for people to help, and the Business Council meeting. Thank you, Ashley and Ariel. And Roy, thank you. And Victor. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you.
I will second.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Friels. See you guys. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Aranda?
Yes.
Councilmember Friels?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabathia?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes, 10:02. Thank you all for coming. Bye. Rachel, always love you to see you. Take out the batteries.